Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. I'm cool Santa Claus. What's up, dudes? How's everybody doing? Alright, I'm gonna go feed the cats. We're gonna get started right away, boys. Oh, wait, do I have my freaking hard drives? Oh, no, I think my hard drives are still... Oh, they are connected. Hold on. Oh, frick. How was everyone's weekend? Did you guys have a good weekend? I hope so. Woo! Alright, hard drives ejected. Gonna put on some freaking Christmas music for the boys. And we're gonna get started. Caught her in bed with the feds all mumbling, embarrassed like, whoa. What up, boys?
I already got answers to stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling embarrassed.
Like, whoa.
You and Paul shouldn't be cuddling before marriage.
What up?
That's how you catch a disease. How dare this woman never practice
What she preached.
First to throw stones.
Alright, BRB, give me 1 sec.
Glass and reach. It's like she's trying to find herself inside every shattered piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid bitch. Couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie Downer? She'll come bring a negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles, only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole, probably cause you're dead inside. You pray to a lizard god and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone should be called February. It's ironic that my aunt acts just like an insect, ready to fuck up any recipe that piques her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt dead, not a beautiful flower, she a planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man the dead. This Westworld robot probably couldn't even plan ahead. I am on edge, cause my own family backstabbing. But her paper bag face prepared me for future black bag and won't even act sad. It probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should've just let her get back to the classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI and CIA fighting over who gets to keep the baby. Depart from me, you really don't know me, ma'am. I bet Paul's the only one who subscribes to Deb's lonely OnlyFans. Type of heaven's a camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like my mind is getting a cramp. But I'm not even kidding when I'm admitting that they 9/11 my aunt.
Bro, I'm serious though. Next time I go over to her house, I'm not even taking my shoes off when I walk in that shit.
We'll have a teal Christmas without you. Teal blue, just thinking about you. Decorations are red on a green Christmas tree. It won't be the same hanging on the balcony. The windows story boys start falling. Guilty conscious memories start calling. Peter, what were you even doing on that night? Did your boyfriend maybe just lose a fight? Teal Christmas without you. Teal blue, just thinking about you. What were you even doing on that night? Did you guys have a fight? Now we'll have a teal blue Christmas. Teal Christmas without you. Teal blue, just thinking about you. You should be doing time for making humans die. How many Palantir drops are gonna ooze from his eyes? We don't mean coding when he's doing a line. Peter can't fly, world got him losing his mind. What were you even doing on that night? for and have enough grease for a deep fry. Teal Christmas without you, teal blue just thinking about you. On the edge of this balcony at night, just holding on tight, just thinking your happy thought, Peter. Teal Christmas without you, teal blue just thinking about you. The decorations are red, the green Christmas tree won't be the same from without you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, boys. Let's freaking get going. Wait, which is the new Teal oh wait, no, there was 9 before. Teal Christmas is the new one. Jingle Pauls.
Paul has a horse looking.
What up, dudes?
Over the hills we go, still laughing at his face.
Ha ha ha.
Give back the bells he stole from churches every night. Gets drunk to forget the children he killed when he worked for the FBI. Jingle Paul.
Eggnog gravy possum? Let's go.
Oh, what fun it is to call him to the nickname.
Hey!
Jingle Paul, Jingle Paul.
Jingle Paul is lame.
No whistle, but he still blows a kiss under Dove's camel toe. It's magic.
You're flat, sucker! We're booch rich tonight, boys.
Door dashing through the snow.
Wait.
Has a horse-looking face. Over the hills we go, still laughing at his face. Your cousin Tyler's a shill. The earth and his chin are flat. Put the Santa outfit back on and take off the ice blow hat. Jingle Paul, give Uncle Paul a call. Oh, what fun it is to call your fittest ladder at the FBI agent. Jingle Paul, get the calls today. Oh, what fun it is to call an FBI agent.
Hey! Dude, Aunt Deb and Paul are on a fucking tear with the socks, bro. What's up, everybody? You ready to get into it? You want to freaking talk about some Freemason shit? You want to get started with some freaking, we'll catch up with Florida Dad while everyone gets in? And then, yeah, I didn't have a Mario video, but I'm more than happy to watch some Mario stuff. What's that video you're talking about, Possum? Who made it? But yeah, we're on 333, boys. How the hell did we make it this far? Socks again! Dude, honestly, as an old man now, socks be sounding kind of nice. Some fuzzy warm ones? Yeah, sure. All right, I've got a Y-Files Freemason video. I don't know, we'll get into some other mischief. I've been watching a bunch of videos about the Rothschilds. Bro, their shit's falling apart, right? Hey, what do we think about that? Do you think that AI video, or do you think that video of Trump yelling was AI? Oh, also, what do we think about Zoran Mamdani going to the fucking White House? What a bunch of clowns, right? These guys are goofy, dude. He's not even mayor yet, and he's going and kissing the ring like a bitch. Oh my God, these Zionists. Even the secret Zionists. They're so lame, bro. All right, boys, here we go.
Looking at some strange videos,
Welcome.
weird and odd news stories, and as always, let's go and get right into today's video. So we definitely have quite a few things to talk about in today's video. For example, did the man who ended Charlie Kirk, was he even real? Was Tyler Robinson even a real person? And why is the news story that's covering this being shadow banned? But first, before we go ahead and get into that, take a look at this video clip, and I have to say, the ending of this clip really bothered me.
A former Campbell Soup Company employee is taking legal action against the food giant, and he's making some explosive allegations about one of its top...
Fuck yeah, okay. Added.
executives.
Super Mario 64 is a Freemasonic and Illuminist digital ritual. Oh, I'm so sick of them, right, dude? Can you imagine having art that isn't fucking infested with Freemasonry? They're bullshit.
Good evening and thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. Those allegations are now at the center of a lawsuit claiming the company's vice president went on an hour-long tirade attacking the company's products and employees before taking aim at its customers.
And the former employee recorded it all. Eric Erickson shares that recording and what the company is saying about it.
Wait, what? What was he like a bunch of, I don't eat this shit, just the fucking poors eat it. We put fucking humans in this shit. My kids would never be caught dead with an iPhone and an iPod or eating Campbell's soup. It's made with humans. It's made with body parts from dead humans.
We have shit for f***ing poor people. Who buys our shit?
And that's just
The CEO said that shit?
part of an over an hour-long rant, says former security
I almost want to listen to the whole hour rant. Wait, this is hilarious.
analyst for Campbell's, Robert Garza of Monroe.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's not healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at it, look at meat, bioengineered meat.
What the fuck?
I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording allegedly of Campbell's VP and Chief Information Security Officer Martin Bally.
He has no filter.
Bally, along with another supervisor and Campbell Soup Company, named in a lawsuit filed Thursday. The suit claiming Bally made racist remarks, admits to coming to work high, and Garza fired for coming forward.
What do you think about the things that he was saying?
Oh, just pure disgust.
Garza says he usually worked remotely for Campbell's headquarters, based in Camden, New Jersey, but thinking he'd be
Okay, honestly, I fuck with this guy, and they shouldn't have burned his ass. I like him.
discussing his salary with Bally, he says the recording taken in person at a restaurant.
Ravens on another thing. They couldn't think for the themselves. I'm like, you dumb
Garza says he felt sick after the rant, deciding to go to his direct.
Yo, this guy is messy. Dude, he's a fucking hit. He's trying to hit it all. He's trying to get a Yahtzee, bro. What is going on with this guy? Yeah, coming to work high is his only redeeming quality.
Supervisor in January, keeping the recordings to himself.
He had never had any disciplinary action. They had never written him up for poor work performance.
Garza says no one at Campbell's ever followed up, and it's taken him 10 months to find a new job, calling the way the canned soup company handled it simply terrible.
They have a motto, you know, like we treat you like family, you know, here at Campbell's, you know, come work for us, you know, we treat our employees like family. That's not the case.
We did just receive a statement from Campbell's. It says, quote,
"Why the fuck are you eating their soup, you fucking weirdo? What is this? Why are you eating their soup like it's a fucking ad?"
If accurate, the comments in the recording are
Dude, we've completely lost the fucking plot. 100%. We've lost the plot. It's so weird. These people are so weird.
Acceptable. They do not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We are actively investigating this matter. We've also reached out directly to Martin Valley. Erica Erickson, Local 4.
If she eats a fucking bite of this soup, I'm gonna lose it. Look at her. Don't you do it. Guys, what do we think? She's gonna do it? Why the fuck would you eat this soup at the end of this segment? We've lost a lot more than the plot. Bro, this is crazy. She's running a fucking Campbell's soup ad in the middle of them saying they got 3D printed meat. Ah!
So we know this. A lot of the foods, a lot of the meat is not.
Or is she like, or is she being like, I'm one of the poor people who eats the soup?
Real. Like I made a video on my other channel, Seconds of Horror, talking about how they are cloning animals for the food supply, not just in Canada, but also in the United States. GMO animals.
Bro, we live in a fucking nightmare. What's going on?
And so forth. And as this individual said, 3D printed
they're gonna make us all vegetarians. Hey, that's a good thing. Probably.
chicken. And you cannot forget Soylent Green is people. And I'm sure it's not just this one executive that feels this way. And I'm sure it's not just this one company whose food is made out of very disturbing things. But what also got me was the newscaster slurping on the soup at the end. You can tell Project Mockingbird is in full effect. After we heard from this executive that the food's not real, it's bioengineered, 3D printed, she's still going to show her audience eating the Campbell soup. More than likely, she probably...
Let's fucking go. I'm so glad that Minutes fucking clocked that shit too.
I spit it out at the end, but it still comes...
They 9/11 the soup, dude. It's so true. She's playing gay chicken with a spoonful of soup.
Comes off as tone deaf and some kind of weird endorsement. Wait. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. People are also weirded out in the comment section. But moving on, this strange video is pretty old. It features Member of Congress Stacey Plaskett talking, but what really creeps people out is the woman next to her who's lip reading every word, even right down to Stacey Plaskett's mistake.
I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview.
Very weird stuff, right? But what has come out, and reading this article, which was published on November 19th, this same Stacey Plaskett, seen here in this bizarre video, was also texting a...
Wait, this isn't the lady that was getting texts from fucking Jeffrey Epstein, is it?
A certain Jeffrey during...
Oh, it is!
during a congressional hearing.
Dude, why are these people always surrounded with weirdness? What is happening?
Back in 2019. What is even more bizarre?
Yeah, dude, I really love that Florida Dad is like letting his personality like out for real. I love it. He's so funny.
Is that her name was redacted from the file, but if you read the transcript of the text messages and just looking at the creepy video, it just gets that much more strange. Plaskett texts him he'll talk about his grades, and apparently Jeffrey was watching the hearing live and he would text her things, great outfit, 20 minutes later, you look great, to which she replied, thanks. Then he asked her, are you chewing? She says, not anymore. And then she said, chewing interior of my mouth, bad habit from middle school. Without a doubt, this really gives off MK Ultra vibes, and as A Call for an Uprising has pointed out multiple times, we hear a lot about the trafficking and the abuse, but what we really don't hear about is what he was also really into.
What is going on with this
Eugenics
lady?
And a lot of very strange and bizarre.
What is happening with this lady?
Experimentations. The article goes on to say,
do I have it right? This hurts the eyes.
in the footage from the hearing, Plaskett can be seen intermittently chewing and looking down at her desk. Jeffrey also texts, he opened the door to questions re who are the other henchmen at Trump org. And she replied, yup, very aware and waiting my turn. Jeffrey also texted her Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets, and he also replied, that's his assistant. So he was basically telling her things to say and assisting her. He even ended with, good work. And again, this is very creepy when you pair this with the woman that was lip reading everything that—
Look at that fucking Fed ear. Yeah, you're right, Black Death, for sure, dude. Look at that thing. Dude, is she literally what's going on? Is she just psychically connected to her where she's just like, I'm repeating what she's saying? What's going on? What is this? Is this demonology? Possession?
She was saying. The House also voted 209 to 214 against censoring and condemning Representative Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Intelligence Committee. She was also quoted as saying and defending herself, I believe that Jeffrey had information and I was going to get information to get at the truth, like he was really going to tell the truth.
Dude, I had a friend growing up in elementary and middle school who did this, and it was so weird, and she claimed it was because she was deaf in one ear. She would literally, you would be talking to her and she'd be mouthing what you're saying and saying it. It's like double speak. So like have you ever heard yourself on a delay? You're like talking and then like the sync slips or whatever, like maybe on your phone or something. It's impossible to talk if you can hear yourself like slightly after yourself. But it's like she's doing the same thing. But yeah, my friend Amanda used to do that. Weird.
Truth, having a friendship with him is not something I would deem to have.
But she's not watching her mouth, which is weird. Oh yeah, Cypher.
I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. I think that's what we as American people should do, move forward. But when it comes to this whole Jeff stuff, I've said it time and time again. What we're looking at is just one big distraction. We're going to see some...
Oh, it's called echolalia. This on the screen is not echolalia. Yeah. She's puppeteering her. Yeah, for real, dude.
Fall guys, and all they're going to do is just lose their credibility. Their names are going to be smeared. Nobody's going to go to jail. Nobody's getting arrested. Every time they want us to look away at something, they dangle this in front of us. And what are they distracting us away from? Like I said before, anything and everything.
Us collectively awakening, bitch. That's what they're distracting from.
Everything. One of the biggest things has to do with these tech giants and what they're doing behind the scenes, expanding these data centers and so forth. The rapid growth of AI that really seems like it doesn't have any regulations or restrictions, even though they say that it does. I mean, we even have programs out there like Sora 2 that can perfectly mimic somebody's voice. And they just released this stuff to the public like it's candy, so they can go ahead and blur the lines even further between what's real and what's fake.
Aaron Zombie said it's just ADHD meds. Yeah, she's just fucking, she's grinding her teeth out. She took 300 milligrams of Adderall that day.
And there's other things going on too. I just want to go ahead and talk about this because I remember this very creepy clip, and this definitely adds more context to it.
I think we may be able to give people, if somebody's committed crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say like you now get a free Optimus and it's just gonna follow you around and stop you from.
Wait, I did briefly hear this. Did you hear that French government paid to have Candace assassinated? Now she's in hiding. They're gonna take out our next truth seeker. No! Dude, they better not. They better not touch Candace. They better not lay a fucking hand on a single hair of Candace's. Dude, that's so funny. All because she won't shut up about Brigitte Macron being a man. Dude, at this point, it is just like so fucking stupid, right? The whole thing. Erica Kirk is going to fuck, what's her face? Usha Vance not wearing her wedding ring. Apparently, JD Vance has been going to Tennessee very regularly. And supposedly maybe Erica's also going there. I think, dude, like, it's going to be like the spring. They're going to announce that they're dating. It's going to be the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift all over again. They're going to, Usha's going to die in a plane crash. Not hopefully, but probably in the next month or two. And then, and then Erica and JD are going to both console each other in grief. It's going to be so beautiful. And then they're going to start hooking up as if they haven't. And then they're going to get married, and then they're going to kill Trump off, and then surprise, they're going to kill Trump off in like the last 3 months of his presidency so that JD Vance gets a little, you know, oorah, and he does a couple things that makes everyone go, wow, JD and Peter Thiel should run the whole world. We should call it the New World Order and let Erica Kirk be the first lady. But we're still trying to decide. This is going to be 2026, right? Or no, I guess 2028. Oh my God, we still have so much longer with this. So then 2028, we'll still be trying to decide whether or not to call a blowjob getting Kirk or getting Donald. Getting a sloppy Donald or getting Kirk. Oh, I heard a rumor that Erica Kirk is pregnant, but the rumor keeps saying that Erica Kirk announced that she's 8 weeks pregnant, but I have not seen Erica Kirk announce that. I am waiting for that. I really want it to come. I want it to be real, and I want it to be off from when Charlie died. And I want it to be JD Vance's kid. But we're holding off here on officially calling it until we hear Erica. Like, guys, we won't have to wait long, believe us. Right? If it's real, it's coming out the next day. Yeah, getting Bubba, or yeah, I guess. Well, no, because Bubba got. But Trump's the one giving neck, right? Yeah. If you're getting Kirk, you're getting neck, right? So wait, is Kirk the one blowing? Or Kirk's getting it? No, Charlie Kirk has to be doing the blowing. Getting Kirk, because you're getting neck. So it should be Donald also, right? Can we talk about Bubba Suckgate? Well, we've talked about it a lot. I mean, we can talk about it more. Have you guys seen the new picture? I like that picture. I wonder if that's a picture in a series. I wonder if that's one of the series that Jeffrey Epstein was talking about. Is it only on fucking TikTok? I've seen the video or the photo nowhere else. There's got to be one that I've liked recently-ish. There we go.
Who's Bubba? Well, let me show you.
Oh. Oh.
Well, let me show you.
Oh.
Who's Bubba? Well, let me show you.
Okay. Bro, this is not screaming AI to me, dog. Oh, did you post it in Disco? Fuck yeah. Eternally Bumpin's got it. Here we go. Full screen. Yo! Peep it. October 24th, 2004. Wait, who was president then? Oh, it was fucking, Bush. I don't know, man. The grain's right. I'm not seeing any weird shit with the handsies. At the fucking very least, this is a corny, weird joke that Trump's playing, and he's getting very, like... And Bill has been here before. This man is relaxed. He's relaxed, dog. Hold on. They've been here before. Bro, think about it. You get knighted, right? What are you doing? This position. You're kneeling, and a big old sword's getting laid on your shoulder. Someone's ringing my buzzer. Sorry. No, it's dark. Right? This is probably where knighting comes from. It's just in our face, dicks. Bro, stop ringing my fucking buzzer. Someone else better get it. Do we need to inspect this? Bro, this is not AI. And I've seen a bunch of people already do it. They said it's not AI. Yeah, dick sword, right? This is what knighting is. Yeah, this does feel, it does feel odd. And I know it happened. Well, here's the thing. Just like we've said, if it's a lie, we fight on the lie. To me, this, no matter what, is 100% real. So at this point, what's it matter to say this is 100% real? I don't care. I have no morals when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is what they do to us, but way worse. This, we at least know, we know this happened. But yeah, we fight on the lie. This is real. Check out AI pics from Google's Nano Banana. Like just any pics? What do you mean? What is that? One of their AI scraper things? Or AI maker things? I don't know, man. I like it. I think it's normal. And dude, it really puts this painting into a whole lot of context. Right? Bill. It's Bill. Yeah, I just want to know for me, I'll still live in the lie. Yeah, we're living in the lie. And honestly, do we need to know if it's real? We know it's real. We know that's happened. I don't care. But dude, it really does. This kind of stuff existing makes me really go, this is what the AI is all about. The AI rollout of video and photos. This was all intentional. This was all so that people can go, literally what Trump said. If we don't like it, we'll say it's AI. Because Donald Trump is always telling on himself. Well, he likes talking about things early because he likes to be the first person to say it. So he can feel special. But he's always tattling, I feel, on whatever the next thing that's happening. He's like a few months ahead. But yeah, if we don't like it, we'll just say it's AI. Because shit like this probably truly exists. If it's not this, there is a picture of Trump blowing Bill Clinton. And honestly, I need to see it. I will not avert my eyes. I need to see it. I need to see if Trump's got one of those fupa things that goes over his wiener. I need to see how white Trump's belly is. I have to. I need to see how far up he tans his wrists and his neck. I gotta see what he's working with. Are you guys on Hog Talk at all? Hog Talk's so funny, dude. It's just this guy talking about actors' wieners if they've shown them on screen, and he rates them. Not in a judgy way, just talking about it, you know? But what do you think, Bill? I feel like I've heard that Bill's got a big hog. Yeah, he's got the fupa thing. Stop, you're making him sound hot. Fump. Love a fupa, let's go. I love seeing naked people just to observe. Yeah, I'm just... It's like people watching. Not perverted, I just want to... Trump always has so much confidence, and you just want to see. You're like, where does this come from? Yeah, just out of curiosity, I gotta see Trump naked. Oh. Oh, man. Okay, you guys gotta stop.
Doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it. You don't have to put people in like prisons and stuff. It's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future.
This is very eerie because in their new...
Literally for my own data collection, just for verification only. Ray, what a time to walk in. Hey, I don't even want to hear it from you, Miss Boofing and Goofing over here. Nobody wants to hear it, okay? We're just talking about normal things, okay? This isn't weird. Stop making it weird. We are just discussing whether or not... Well, first off, we know that this video exists somewhere. I said 100% I would not avert my eyes. Honestly, I would study a picture of this happening for real for hours. And more importantly, I hope that whatever we get includes Trump fully naked, because I gotta see what he's working with. I have lots of questions. Like, I just want him standing straight up. Like, naked but standing straight up, and like maybe like a 3/4 angle so I can see, like, why is he always leaning forward? How is he doing that? He's like one of those dudes that has the, one of the spray painted silver guys that has the pipe that goes up their leg and then they attach it to the baseboard, but it makes it look like they're floating. He can do that. He does that like levitation float. I wonder if he learned it from Who are you? Who are you? He told Adam Friedland on his show that he could levitate, right? Why aren't we talking to him? Yeah, it's for science, dude. I need to see Trump naked for science. But yeah, Ray, if you don't second that, I don't know what's gotten into you.
Future, what's considered the law?
Oh, yes, I gotta know. I want to know how small his nips are, too.
what's considered a crime is definitely going to change. You don't want to get this new jab, it's going to be a crime. You want to spread misinformation, it's...
The first thing you walk into was me saying, I gotta see him naked.
Considered a crime. Certain speech is considered a crime. This echoes Larry Ellison when he said everybody's going to be on their best behavior because the AI will be watching everybody. Then you can get into the Minority Report of things because the algorithms, the AI, is already reading our minds. That's not a conspiracy theory. They've come out multiple times saying that they have technology that can read people's minds. And so what if these AIs now convict you of a thought crime? But it's not just the United States. Look what's going on over in China. What's currently happening in China is exactly what Larry Ellison was talking about.
Sheng Dan co-developed the system.
Yeah, dude, if AI made that picture, it would have spelled December wrong. It would have spelled dis wrong. It would have put a crazy date, too. I don't know, man. That picture be looking real to me. I feel like it's like a threat. It's like a get back in line before I release the next picture. Oh, man, I gotta see that. That would be so funny. I love how shit like this just gets to exist and no one's ever gonna bring it up to Trump. Ugh. We live in the best of times and the worst of times, guys.
It took less than a year to get the first version up and running. Now she can monitor every resident from this office.
我们排摸的这个房，就是整个小区里面的楼房的一些信息。
We've mapped the residential buildings in the district. Which ones are occupied? Where there are vacancies? Where elderly people are living alone? Where care or help is needed? It's all stored in our system and can be called up in real time.
Who's releasing it? Well, in the email, Jeffrey Epstein emailed his brother and said, ask Putin, which means that Mark Epstein had a one-on-one relationship with Putin, which means Jeffrey did. Ask Putin if he still has the picture of Trump blowing Bubba. So, I'm assuming Putin has it, has access to it. I don't know who's releasing it.
的一些基本信息呢，也都在这个微平台上就。
But really, it's all just a script, and this was always planned.
可以实时的调取出来。
Even those who do not dispose of their trash properly are recorded. Residents who aren't following the rules are captured on camera from 3 different angles. The so-called brain acts swiftly. Whether it's an illegally parked car or unsolicited advertising, offences can be handled by patrol officers who are connected to the control center via a mobile app.
居村的干部，或者是我们居村里面的志愿者，发现问题。
As soon as the squads and volunteers in residential districts spot an issue, they can report it and upload footage. They take a photo, report the issue, and then our system automatically decides which department to forward the matter to.
一个区分，这个事项可能是由哪个部门进行有效的一个处理的。
The brain.
Oh, and this is from DW, which is fucking the German Deutsch News.
In Shanghai's Pudong district is just one component to the overarching surveillance plan the Chinese government is pushing across the country. The goal is to have complete.
When this happens here, people will start freaking out. Will they? I don't know. I really don't know. As long as they just keep saying that China's doing this while they're doing this to us, I think we'll just let it happen. But I hope so.
Heat coverage and
I could have sworn by now that people would be up in arms about many things. Dude, honestly, the thing that baffles me is the sky. How does everyone not just go, what the fuck, man? I mean, dude, it's literally like day 15 in a row of just the unicloud covering the sun. No one's ever like, why is the sun literally always covered? Always. No one fucking cares. No one thinks about it. Bunch of fucking dummies. Surrounded by idiots. Yeah, Palantir's doing this shit right now.
All major public places, such as train stations, street intersections, and parks.
So who got the blackmail on Putin if Epstein was working with or for the KGB? This is making what's left of my mind spin. Is Putin stupid enough to let himself be in a Coppermont position? No, I don't think so. And so I feel like it's like this, right? I feel like America's kind of like the playground for everyone else almost. It's like everyone influences America to do what it wants, but there's no like kings, right? Like no kings in America. Putin, I feel like, is kind of like a king in Russia. You got the whole monarchy in England and shit. So I don't really like. To me, to a certain level, I feel like most of these people know the game, right? Like, is Trump a Freemason? I don't know. Or is he just like a useful puppet? Whereas Putin, I feel like, is fully read in. He's a Freemason. He's like helping do the lizard bidding. He's one of the people, just like the fucking, King Charles, the fucking draconian lizard. But yeah, I don't know, like Trump feels like a person who's not on the inside. He's like, so he has to have the blackmail on him. Whereas, I don't know, Putin feels like he's on the inside maybe. But at the same time, I'm also like, he looks like a clone of Joseph Goebbels, so like he probably is. So I don't know. I don't really understand exactly how it all works. I think it's like a game within a game. They're allowed access to different levels of rules where they get to, like Trump's always saying, it's everybody's central casting. Like there's a certain base level knowledge that he knows where it's fake, but within the fakery, they all get to compete with each other and shit. And then there's levels above the central casting level. There's the central CEO level, and they kind of, they're probably more like the Knights Templar Freemason people who are read in. They all like fucking fuck their kids so they can abuse them and make them dissociate and split their brains early so they can turn them into psychopaths so that they're really fucking great at capitalism or why ever the fuck they do it, So, but yeah, I don't know. But Putin was also KGB early on, so he knows the inner workings of the spy. I think that Putin is kind of like if Jeffrey Epstein got to be president instead of Donald Trump. Like, Trump is not a spy, like, he's not a handler like Epstein, right? Putin was a handler. Putin was like a very successful KGB agent, I think. And so I think if Jeffrey Epstein got to be president of America, that would be like what Putin is. But instead, they have this controllable buffoon who, at the end, they get to shoot in the head, right? Like, basically. Like, that's what Nixon was. That's what all of Lyndon Baines Johnson, fucking Bush, they're all useful idiots that then at the end, that who has a good fucking opinion on Nixon and Reagan, anyone who matters. All these people were shields. They were meat shields, like in Survivor. So are the central casting like the bots in Westworld or the rich assholes? I think we are the bots. I think we're the looping androids, the people that they abuse and manipulate, right? So, yeah, I guess. Yeah, so it's kind of like the players in Westworld, they have a base knowledge where they know that they can do anything to any of us and it doesn't matter. That's essentially what everyone from central casting and above, right? They all know that. But then there's the layer of like the man in black who's searching for the game within the game, right? He's like, they want us to pick on and abuse these cattle, but what I can do is actually become the highest in central casting, essentially, and I can gain the knowledge of the creators. And then Ford and Bernard essentially are like Source or God, who is basically who, right? Like the Man in Black is he's trying to become God or talk to God, who in Westworld is Ford. He created the world, right? And then what's going to end up happening is the Maves and the Doloreses out of our crew, we're going to break free, because you don't get to fucking pretend that you're Source and then get Source's knowledge. No. You got to be like Dolores and Maeve. You got to figure it out. You got to break out of the maze. You don't get to do cheat codes, you lizards. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier that Candace has a hit out on her. That's so funny, bro. Yeah, RuPaul says it's a game within a game. Exactly. It totally is, dude. It's like all these Freemason families, right? Like we watched that kid the other day who was talking about being raised as a Freemason, and his parents, his parents are not the only ones, right? They learned this from their central casting families, that he said, school doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. What matters is ancient history. What matters is being able to hold a conversation and be a chameleon within a room. You should be able to walk into any room and get anything that you want. That's what his parents taught him. So that's like they have a cheat. They have a cheat level. They get to jump ahead of us, and then they treat us like players in the game. NPCs. And then within their own game, they're competing against each other too. It's honestly fucking lame. They're so dumb. All instead of just being normal. Yeah, dude, I thought cost of living would set these motherfuckers off too, Fairy. I guess not enough people don't have... I don't know. Everybody's got to cut back. Everybody just keeps cutting back and just going, well, I guess I just won't eat. I think it's going to work out for us, though. It's going to make everyone go on their spiritual journey. Everyone's going to have to become a vegetarian and literally fast to survive. So maybe Source will hit them with some fucking knowledge. Trump is Biff.
China's state media boasts
it's
that
true, though. Trump is Biff.
Police can identify every single person on the street in just 1 second.
And if you don't think this is going to happen in the United States, I don't know what to tell you. It's probably already happening. It is, through things like Palantir and what Amazon and Flock partnered to do. But moving on, as I asked in the beginning of the video, is Tyler Robinson even a real person?
Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney, qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there's potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk's shooter is.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview, our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office.
Oh, why is it funny about Candace? I mean, first off, I think that it's all just part of the game, and like, no matter what happens, it's all of it is funny to me at this point. It's because it keeps getting more and more ridiculous. France supposedly putting a hit out on Candace Owens because she won't shut up about Brigitte Macron having a penis. Like, what do you mean? How's that not funny? That's the funniest shit. That's so fucking funny. That's crazy. That's so funny. Sorry if that was a few minutes ago, though, bro. But no, truly hilarious. And don't worry, no matter what happens, Candace will be fine, just like Charlie's fine. Charlie's chilling, eating chicken tendies, I promise you. He's loving life. He's so happy he doesn't have to fake sleep with Erica Kirk anymore, and he can just live with his boyfriend in solitude underneath Quantico.
Office where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no records responsive to the request.
Honestly, though, I could see them faking killing Candace just like they faked killing Charlie. But I do think at that point, they're like begging for people to... I think they want us to be rowdy and mad, but not enough to like do anything about it. I feel like if you took out Charlie Kirk and then Candace Owens like a few months after, I think a lot of people would be upset about that. So I don't know, but I could totally see them trying to do something like that for sure. I don't know how far along on their timeline they are, because you know the whole point of everything that they're doing is to eventually get us to all be fine with nuking Israel, you know, back to the Stone Age. That's what they want. Which the Stone Age is probably fake too. That never existed. We've always been divine. But, you know, I don't know if what they're aiming for is in a year or 10 years. But if they want everyone in a year's time to be ready to nuke Israel without most of America fucking throwing a fit about it, then you gotta keep, you know, they gotta announce that JFK was officially killed by Israelis and not Nazis, which is the truth, and then have another real world example. Boom, Candace Owens. And then if they want to get real spicy with it, take out Tucker Carlson. And then there we go. You got all the reasons in the world for everyone to be fine with them nuking Israel. Am I really a cat dad? No. I'm a fucking cat dad stolen valor artist. I have stolen cat dad valor.
As Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room...
Here, wait, actually, I do want to show you my little cuties. I got new straw to put for the outside feral cats. I got 3 cats inside. And I got 5 cats that live out back behind my house that I feed. But, I wanted to refresh their outdoor shelters for the winter. They've just got straw in them. Make sure that all their bins are all locked up tight so water's not getting in. But I got an extra one that Skitter could bring, an extra cooler that Skitter could bring home for her outside boy Marmalade. And I made it this afternoon for him. And look at my cats.
Because I'm sure about Winky being in there.
Winky went and tested it out. She loved it in there.
Winky. There she is. You like it in there, Boo Boo? Is it nice? You want to go live outside again?
Dude. And then, wait, look at this one.
Who's in the house? Squink. Squink. Don't show us the butt. Squeak.
He looks like an elephant.
Oh, there he is. Squeak, stick your head out. It's like one of those cool things at like fairs where you leave the cutouts.
Nice.
You like it?
Bro, then he went in there with Winky.
You got styrofoam on your head. Good boy.
He's got styrofoam all over his body. But yeah, dude, if you guys got feral kitty cats outside and you want to make them little shelters, you just take a little styrofoam cooler and you can put some straw on the bottom. Cut a little hole for them. what if Candace sacrificed Charlie just like all other club members sacrificed their family members? Oh, and the other thing with Candace that's funny is Candace is protected, dude. She's CIA. She's fine. Just like Charlie. I mean, dude, she's married to some rich British like oil tycoon, right? Some son of some oil shit or whatever. Like, come on. We're all getting goofed. Literally all of them. Ian Carroll, Candace Owens. We love them all. They're so fun. We get so much joy and fun from them, but they're all fake people, unfortunately. Sad but true.
Video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records
Bro, Tyler Hansen isn't even a real person.
Responsive to this request, as the
Candace is most likely controlled opposition then. Bro, I'm going to say it. I would be so fucking shocked if most of these people aren't. I mean, who's real? I don't know. Small people. That's it. Anyone we're allowed to see, like, en masse, for the most part? Faker Dakes, dude. And, yeah, Candace is sussy as fuck. But, yeah. I mean, Candace worked with Ben Shapiro. The whole split from Ben Shapiro's shit is... You know how Tucker Carlson got kicked out of Fox News and left to go start his podcast? Isn't that very reminiscent of Candace Owens having a fight with Ben Shapiro and splitting off and starting her own podcast? It feels like it's like a response almost to people like me and other people who aren't conservative and like nuts, who also aren't like fucking libbed up assholes who want to do capitalism light, you know? So they've got to have their new alternative news source, which is Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, all these people that broke off of establishment media, right? So yeah, I mean, everyone who's real has been killed, dude. Max Spears, Isaac Cappy, William Cooper, Trevor Moore, fucking so many people. Aaron Schwartz, Danny Casolaro, Mark Lombardi. What's the guy's name from? He wasn't like a news person, but the Boeing whistleblower guy. Anthony Bourdain. Anyone who's real gets fucking killed.
Surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
If in fact,
like, you literally, if I've learned anything from talking live and shit, it's that you cannot blow up on any of these platforms unless the CIA wants you to. You can't. It's not possible.
it has been destroyed and not preserved is very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them. But instead, this letter leads in my...
Bro, I didn't know this. There's not... This is funny. I like this. Tyler Hansen literally doesn't even exist. This is perfect.
My opinion as trying to shut the door and not give you free access to the press.
While it's not clear if the video exists and was just handed over to another agency, in a response to me, Washington County shared with me they don't believe the video was shared with anyone involved in the case.
Wanting to get videos showing that he turned himself in and the manner he did so would be crucial for the defense work of mitigation.
26 years as a criminal defense attorney in Utah.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, has seen Tyler Robinson since his first virtual court appearance. I mean, we've seen more of Luigi, even him being walked into the courtroom, walked into the jail, than we have ever seen of Tyler Robinson. Matter of fact, it's come out that even...
Dude, give us some more Luigi perp walks. Oh, man.
His roommate had disappeared. And again, this is no different than the Thomas Matthew Crook situation. People are given rabbit holes on purpose that lead to nowhere. It's designed to be that way.
This morning, a bombshell report by the Associated Press revealing a secretive Border Patrol program tracking millions of drivers. It's leading to traffic stops and arrests, all based on your route. ABC 7 News reporter Gloria Rodriguez is live at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza with more on these findings. Gloria.
Yes, well, the AP found that Border Patrol is monitoring millions of Americans with a secretive program that includes surveillance on some of our roads. And the report details agents are using the cameras to identify drivers with what they believe are suspicious travel patterns. Then drivers are being pulled over and questioned, sometimes even detained. And this is happening along both the Mexico and Canadian borders.
Oh, yeah, he didn't even attend his own arraignment.
Along with states across the country, including California. And it's not clear if the program is in the Bay Area, but the government is partnering with several services.
Yeah, I'm glad that Candace is being let loose, her leash is loosened so that she can talk about shit that I do think, I don't care who's talking about it, people should be talking about it. A lot of the stuff. I just know that in 6 months' time, it's going to turn into her leading everyone astray. This is what they always do. They get to, like, Ian Carroll got to pretend to be normal for a year, and then he starts acting weird.
Surveillance companies, including Flock, which is used in Oakland and San Jose, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which is Border Patrol's.
You don't think Luigi's hot? That's okay. More for us. What, is it the eyebrows? I think he's pretty cute.
Parent agency said to the AP.
And dude, honestly, I've seen few people who are as good at taking stone cold fucking Zoolander style shots I've never seen a bad angle of Luigi. You know? That's something to be lauded.
For national security reasons, we do not detail the specific operational applications, adding it is legally allowed to operate anywhere in the U.S. And the Border Patrol has for years kept details of its license plate reader program hidden, trying to keep any mention of it out of court documents and also police reports. Live at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza, Gloria Rodriguez, ABC 7.
That's what pretty much this is all about at the end of the day: control, surveillance, and collecting data. There was a report that came out that if they do go ahead and stop you, they can ask to scan your face, and you cannot say no.
Hold on, what did he just say?
95% of all telephone and data is transferred over submarine cables. Not satellite. Not satellite. Today, a maze of 5.
Wait, Candace came from the same exact Donnie pageant circuit that Erica came from? Did she really? Was she was a pageant girl too, just like Erica? Like the same place? No way. That's awesome. But yeah, she's just controlled opposition. The only people we're allowed to see are all controlled.
Fiber optic cables crisscross the oceans and the U.S.
If you've ever phoned or emailed someone on another continent or browsed a foreign website, you can dial up some gratitude for something that happened a century and a half ago.
It's been 150 years since the first transatlantic cable began ushering in global communications. And now tech giants are taking that undersea revolution a bit.
You know what? Luigi does seem kind of little. I will give you that. He does seem like he's one of those guys that's so ripped, but it's because he's like 5'4". How tall is Luigi? Oh, this might change. Hold on. $5'10"? Really? Is he? Ooh, this is saying Luigi's 5'7". I don't know. 5'7"'s like, look at this. I'd still hit. Even at 5'7". Oh, yeah. Don't show me my... Wait, no. Yeah, the Americans. We love them. Carrie Russell, Matthew Reese. Have you guys watched The Americans yet? This is how the world... You want to know how the world's run? Watch The Americans.
big step further. Here's Mark Albert.
Wait, same circuit? Bro, that's interesting, because apparently Erica and Candace, like, aren't really going at each other, right? Wait, where are the pictures? Wait, you're saying there's pictures? Look up the pictures, bro. Yes. Where the fuck? Yeah, Mendez definitely would not consider Luigi Mangione basketball player size, which he did consider me. Dude, I got rizzed up so hard by those cops. Wasn't that awesome? I've never stunned cops into silence before. That was honestly one of that. If I hadn't had my intervention, like, that would have been some of my finest work. That's kind of my thing. I either talk until you literally end my intervention, or I talk until I stun you into silence and dissociation. Those fucking cops. They were probably told, oh, hey, Pan and Mendez and fucking, what's the other guy's name? I forget. You guys are real short on tickets this year. You better frickin' up your ticket quotas or you're gonna get fired and your families are gonna starve to death. And they all get around, they go, I don't really like messing with people. Let's just give a couple people headphone tickets. It's not a big deal. It's only $50, you know. And they're bike riders. They're not going to sass us. They're not going to give us... It's not like we're going to have to run around, you know, doing real cop shit. We'll just get our tickets and then our families will be proud of us. And then here I come riding my bike. Yeah, I hope fucking Pan and Mendez and all of them have thought about that since I met them. I hope they've never given another ticket. Just kidding, of course they have. Lizards.
Reach out and touch someone across the oceans. It's only possible because of ships like the Global Sentinel.
This is cable tank number 1.
And what am I standing on right now?
We're standing on fiber optic cable that's going to be laid from here towards Brazil.
This is how worldwide communication begins.
95% of all telephone and data is transferred over submarine cables.
Not satellite.
Not satellite. Not satellite. Not satellite.
So how many satellites do we got again? Entertainment purposes only.
I found this video to be very interesting because we're always made to believe that satellites up in the skies, they are doing all the work when it comes to power and so forth, information, etc. And if there was some kind of solar event, we would be pretty much thrown back into the Stone Ages. But really, it's the undersea cables that carry the load, that do all of pretty much the work.
Let's go over the new Economist cover for 2026. And there's a lot to unpack here. Of course, they have the blue and red for Democrats and Republicans. There's a lot of war symbolism happening in this photo.
Okay, wait, let's relive it for a second. This was the best day of my life.
No, I'm gonna put them back on. I paid for them. I paid to... What are you gonna do? You gonna run me down? Dude, you couldn't run a block. Look at this donut boy. Dude, you look like a munchkin. Hey, look me in the eyes while you're fucking me, brother. Oh, dude, don't wear those fucking headphones. This midget... Yeah, we're not biking. He's just walking, bro. Oh, don't be bad. He said he's gonna take me to jail for cursing, brother. All right, bye, Officer Munchkin, you fucking pussy. Hey,
Sorry, boys, my mouth got ahead of me.
Now we have the birthday cake because in 2026, America will be 250 years old. Now we see a Power of the People hand sign with a handcuff around it. We know this symbol is used for protest movements. It's also a symbol for solidarity or resistance. So I guess any resistance.
Yo, are you in a fucking wind tunnel? What is going on, lady?
The people, we know what's going to happen. This thing has war written all over it with red tanks, missiles, drones, submarines, even the little robot dogs. And we have the swords in the middle. Also, we see a sign of pestilence. Pills are all over this thing and syringes. It's showing us another pandemic is on the way. If you look at the bottom half, there's money floating everywhere.
Honestly, the pills to me are just, everyone shut the fuck up and keep taking drugs. Shut up. I don't care that you guys aren't happy. You have psychosis. You have depression. Oh, you're schizophrenic. Ah. Oh, you're sad that you don't have food or a roof over your head? Here. Live on the street. That's your new medication.
So they're obviously communicating something with global money. They even have the penny on there, and we know what happened to that. Now, me and my sister Caitlin were talking about this earlier, and we noticed the all-seeing eye under this Mediterranean-looking boat. Another thing I noticed was this woman right here, and I'm wondering if that's not Erica Kirk. We also have shipping containers with cannons in them. It looks like people running away from robots. Also, do you notice the brain?
Dude, the shipping container with cannons coming out, metaphor or oddly specific real thing?
Connected to the video game. We thought that was interesting. Now, when you look at this cover and see what's predicted for 2026, it kind of looks like this guy's theory was on the fate of empires. This guy argued that empires follow a predictable cycle of rise and fall. And he stated that no empire lasts more than 250 years. As you can see from this chart, only one of these
Spain and the Ottoman Empire were exactly 250 years.
empires lasted longer than 250 years, and I've never even heard of it. It's quite evident if you live in society to see that our country is not doing good, even if our leaders want to go.
Oh, you suspect the pills are going to be some kind of Pharmagate coming up. Yeah, all fair options.
Gaslight us to tell us it is. Bitcoin is even sitting at 88,000 right now. And with the penny now being gone, we can see that they're slowly getting away from fiat currency. I mean, if it's not obvious with the blue and white in this picture depicting all this too, it's not a coincidence. They do this to cause division. Stop labeling yourself as a Democrat or Republican, because we are all Americans. This whole pick your side is a psyop. It's meant to cause division, and it's going to be this country's demise if you don't wake up.
That video came from Itty Bitty Terror 2, and a lot of people are doing...
Yeah, stop agreeing with lizards.
Doing the breakdown on the 2026 Economist cover, and they're pretty much coming up with the same thing. That we're seeing conflict, war, we're seeing, pestilence, we're seeing disease, the pills, the syringes, and so forth. But she happened to catch something that I did not. Two things was the all-seeing eye right here. So that's definitely going to play a big role into 2026, whatever this happens to be, or whatever this represents. I understand it's a Mediterranean boat, she says, or some kind of other boat, but it's going to play some kind of role in the future. And then we see Erica Kirk on the cover. She has been playing a bigger and bigger role lately ever since...
I told a parking person to fuck off twice, and I felt so worried I wasn't allowed to do that, and that makes me feel better. Thank you. Dude, no, that's the thing. You can say whatever you want. Dude, yeah. On the street, for sure. You can tell anyone to fuck off. You can tell a cop to fuck off. And they should. They deserve it. You know, do it with a smile and don't lunge at them. But you can be like, hey, pig, fuck you. And just walking by them. Hey, you're a lazy piece of shit. Fuck you. Get off your fucking phone. I see people yell that shit at cops all the time. It's so funny. Hell yeah. What are they gonna do? Arrest you? Let them. Yeah, they're just a person. You can tell anyone on the street to fuck off. You just wouldn't, because they're not wearing a cop uniform.
What happened to Charlie Kirk, and make no mistake about it, we're definitely going to hear more from her in 2026 and whatever agenda they have ready for her. Some other people also believe the woman in red may be Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that's always possible as well too. Now the red can also mean a Republican, but the woman in red is always used as a distraction or a jilted lover. The movie The Matrix shows us this when it comes to the woman in red.
Spears was on the Bush payroll. Diversions pull attention away from Bush's presidential corruption and scandal controversies.
I mean, dude, look at Taylor Swift right now.
Begins in 2002. Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake break up. That same year, Britney was actually seen canoodling with a man named Karl Rove, who was a senior Bush administrator. People wonder whether that canoodle is where this connection was made, or maybe it was his idea. And like, again, part of this conspiracy theory is that Britney might have no idea that she was selected for this. So in 2004, the Bush administration blew the cover of a CIA agent named Valeria Plame. And all this was going down. It was causing a lot of bad press. A week before the hearing over this scandal went down, Britney married her childhood friend, Jason Alexander. What's so fascinating about this Las Vegas wedding is the annulment that happened 50 hours later. Right? It created this huge stir, but it ended up meaning nothing. 2 years later, Bush's approval rating was at an all-time low. And this was really bad because there were midterm elections coming up. And suddenly, no one was talking about Bush because Britney Spears was seen driving in Malibu with her infant son on her lap. This basically completely overshadowed that Bush's approval rating was so low. Suddenly, instead, the nation was debating lap infant protocol. Then, November 6, 2006, the day before the midterm election, Britney Spears announced her split from Kevin Federline. February of 2007, Bush announces the reformation of Al-Qaeda. That same night, Britney snuck out of rehab, shaved her head, and attacked a paparazzi vehicle with an umbrella. No one was talking about Al-Qaeda.
Everybody was talking about Britney for the next year.
Then, March 14th, 2007, Attorney General Alberto Gonzales admits that mistakes were made in the firing of 8 U.S. attorneys who didn't seem loyal enough to Bush. That same day, a story is leaked about Britney's rehab romance. Around 2008 is when Britney is essentially silenced. Bush was not going to be president anymore, and people suspect that she was no longer needed as a scapegoat.
I tried to play this video on my other channel, Seconds of Horror, but for whatever reason, the sound messed up. But it really goes to show not to get heavily invested in celebrity drama, if at all, because it's all manufactured. It's all a distraction for bigger things taking place in the background, and it's all of them.
You've heard the term Internet of Things, where inanimate objects can be connected to the internet and each other. But in 2016, academic and author Dr. Andrea Matwishin took it one step further, coining the term Internet of Bodies, or IOB. She describes it as a network of human bodies whose integrity and functionality rely, at least in part, on the internet and related technologies such as artificial intelligence. That might sound far-fetched, but if you have one of these, you're already part of the IOB world. There are 3 categories of IOB based on the device's level of integration. The first generation is external, things like smartwatches or rings, which use sensors to track our steps and heart rate, or smart glasses which function as cameras, headphones and monitors. The second generation is internal. These are devices you ingest or have implanted. Think of pacemakers with digital implants, smart prosthetics hardwired into patients' nerves and muscles, or even digital pills that transmit medical data after being ingested. Finally, there's the third generation. These devices completely merge with the body while maintaining a real-time connection to an external machine and the internet. One of the most notable companies in this space is Elon Musk's Neuralink, which is developing a brain-computer interface, or BCI, called the Link. The coin-sized chip is
How do you find out what kind of human design you are?
Implanted under the skull, where it can read a person's brain signals and allow them to control an external machine.
I had to use like a mouse stick and stuff, but now it's all being done with my brain.
Neuralink's first test subject, who was paralyzed from the shoulders down, used the device to play chess on his laptop, although a few weeks later, Neuralink reported some malfunctioning. Proponents of IOB devices say the
With which part? The device or his brain?
benefits are clear. They'll improve body cognition and function, improve healthcare, and allow for significant cost savings for people and corporations. But where some see benefits, others see risks. Even the original article coining the term warned of the technology's flaws. For one, data protection will be paramount. Many of these devices will be able to track, record, and store personal information. Critics argue that if governments and companies got their hands on this data, they could use it to spy on citizens or turn them into revenue streams.
Shut the fuck up, they better not.
There are also concerns around dependency, addiction, and personal safety. Former US Vice President Dick Cheney, for example, admitted
Thank God he's finally dead, right? Jesus Christmas.
that he had his heart implant's wireless function disabled in 2007 over fears that assassins could use it to cause a fatal heart attack.
I would absolutely, if I had, what are those little things called? Flipper Zero? Dude, if I had one of those, I would absolutely set it to Dick Cheney's heart and turn it off. I'd find the RF code for Dick Cheney's heart transplant thing and turn that shit the fuck off for sure.
There are also ethical questions to consider. Could we see a world in which the rich are augmented and the poor aren't? And philosophically, will IOB challenge our notions of human autonomy and self-governance? Who will be responsible for monitoring the risks? Most IOB implantable and ingestible devices are regulated by agencies such as the Food and Drug Administration in the US or its counterparts internationally. They have a set of rules for things like cochlear implants or body part replacements, but IOB consumer devices are not under their purview. The recent emergence of these devices, their fast boom in sales and their varying capabilities somewhat explains the current patchwork of legislation at regional, state and international levels. However, there are some existing laws that could be extended to safeguard IOB data. The EU's General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, is designed to protect EU residents from the dangers of data breaches and cyber attacks. And in the US, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, commonly known as HIPAA, is meant to prevent a patient's information from being disclosed without consent. As an industry, there's a lot to play for. According to Mordor Intelligence, the global connected medical device market alone will be worth around $66 billion in 2024 and is expected to reach more than $132 billion by 2029. That's an annual growth rate of nearly 15%.
This, including smart dust, nanoparticles, is how we become basically one with technology.
Bro, they're killing us. They're turning us into robots. Have you guys ever seen Tetsuo, the Iron Man? They're trying to fill us full of fucking metal. They want us to be little batteries that can plug into the 5G towers. Oh, brother.
A singularity. This is how all these technologies can read our minds and so forth, because again, it's all connected. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Whoa, yeah, we freaking love you. Oh, God. What is Taylor?
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. Right now.
Oh, God, Taylor.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday.
Why does she talk like that, dude? That is not Taylor's normal voice. No fucking way.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. Right now, there's a clip going viral from a conference hosted by the Jewish Federations of North America that is so appalling and depraved that it's hard to believe it's real. Former Obama White House aide and Obama and Hillary Clinton speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz said this.
I think that since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. But today...
Dude, I would love to get into a a cat fight, a shouting cat fight on the street with Taylor Lorenz. I'd be like, guys, this girl's grandpa made Zyklon B. And then she pretends like she's a journalist. What the fuck? Dude, I think her grandma is Marita Lorenz. She drove with Lee Harvey Oswald to the assassination of JFK. Oh. Also, her sister is Libs of TikTok. Yeah, you know Libs of TikTok? You know how they have a fake beef? That's her sister.
We have social media, which is a global medium, right? It is shaped, its algorithms are shaped by
I think she fucks Elon Musk. Does that change your opinion?
billions of people.
Yeah, you flat sucker.
Worldwide who don't really love Jews.
Dude, honestly, that's probably the best bet. I should just monologue the you flat sucker speech at her, not talk about anything real. Just monologue the whole thing and follow her around until I complete the entire 4-minute epic.
And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today those media outlets find them.
Okay, I don't care. I'm not sure what she's talking about, but I don't like Taylor. Okay, wait, hold on. No, I wanted to watch these. Candace Treachery 1.
Her smile, her radiance, I can tell that she's got not only our beauty, but in her beauty, that's what I'm looking for in a woman.
Obviously, people love to hear the story about how we met. It was a wintry night in London. I was filming a podcast, and you had a friend who was a mutual friend. He and I were supposed to meet up, and he never told me that he had actually organized an entire dinner for me and for Charlie Kirk with about 30 people. So I arrived 3 hours late. My assistant informs me that, and I sat next to you. And you basically said nothing to me.
The first time we actually met was at the RSC Club, Royal Automobile Club in London on Pall Mall, and you were giving a speech, and I think from that moment onwards the connection was made.
And you basically said nothing to me.
From that moment onwards the connection was made.
So we're here at Bill's Burgers in New York City, and right near this very table was the first time Dad met Mama.
So we met at the office opening.
Bro, Charlie legit acts like with that kid like he's never met this kid in his life. Tell me I'm wrong. Dude, they didn't even have a kid together. That's not real. Dude, Charlie didn't even have a fucking...
And right near this very table was the first time Dad met Mama.
So we met at the office opening.
Bro, that's not a person who's raised a kid or touched or seen a kid. I didn't want to say... That's certainly not someone who is a father to a kid. That's crazy, bro.
This very table was the first time Dad met Mama.
So we met at the office.
He's like, shit. That's the craziest clip I've ever seen. Hold on.
Office opening.
Bill's Burgers in New York City, and right near this very table was the first time Dad met Mama.
So we met at the office opening, the Turning Point headquarters office opening, the first one.
It was about 15 minutes in, I quickly pivoted away from wanting to hire her to wanting to date her.
It was like 3.5 hours, and they were starting to close up, and he was finished with his burger and just sat there. And I'm like looking around like, okay, did I get the job?
I want to meet somebody with the same beliefs. I'm like a really big Christian. I'm like... So you wouldn't meet him at church or anything?
18 days later,
yeah, that's right.
We get engaged.
Her smile, her radiance, I can tell that she's got not only our beauty, but in her beauty, that's what I'm looking for in a woman.
But yeah, Candace Owens and her husband seem to be in a arranged marriage of sorts. Like they also don't know each other.
Teenager.
18 days later,
yeah, that's right.
We get engaged.
From the bullied, scared teenager to the stoic, hardened personality you see today.
British businessman George Farmer, CEO of Parler. Oh, wait. Parler was allegedly used to coordinate the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. The app was removed from large platforms including Apple, Amazon, and Google. Oh, he made Parler? Farmer asked Owens to marry him during a FaceTime call on December 29th, 2018, just 17 days after meeting her for the first time. I was flying to South Africa at the time for New Year's, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me just real quick? Farmer explained to Australian podcaster and Professor Matt Fradd during an episode of Pints with Aquinas.
He basically said nothing to me.
From that moment onwards, the connection was made.
The connection was made. That's an interesting way the connection was made. Yeah, this dog is good. Almost as good as Lenny, the cat. His son unsuccessfully ran for the Brexit party. That's hilarious. Treasurer of the Conservative Party. He sold something to Enron for $500 million. $150 million.
3 hours late, my assistant informs me that, and I sat next to you.
First time we actually met, you were giving a speech.
18 days later.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, brother, I'm starting to feel like we're getting goofed by these goofballs. I think they might be goofing and truthing on us, boys. What do you think? Is there something I wanted to watch here? Thought there was. Oh, have you guys seen these things?
As you know, a lot of people were...
Instagram, apparently, they showed... I think Elon was like, everybody who is against me, they're all from bot farms, because, you know, every accusation is a confession. So they made it public where everyone's account was made and how it's connected. And the Department of Homeland Security one was made in Israel, and it is on an Israeli phone.
Being exposed, or a lot of accounts are being exposed, I should say. So here we have Joe Rogan in East Asia. But what I want to tell you, which you probably already figured out, at the bottom, where it says connected via North America app. To me, this is more important than the account based in
Nigeria App Store. Nice, dude. Yeah, I think we're just getting goofed all the time, constantly, forever and ever, by motherfucking bots and bullshit, dude. Oh yeah, you want to watch this Freemason talk about his Freemason family?
Well, you find nothing. It's like the inside of a storm. I made a video talking about how I grew up in a Freemason family. Something that came up a lot in that video is dissociative.
I'm gonna go get some booch real quick.
States.
Yeah,
I figured
what's
I would
even
just
real anymore?
kind of address what my perspective of a dissociative state and what some of the positives of that can be. The first thing that comes to mind is that when you journey to the center of the self and you get past all of the personality and preference and identity label, you find nothing. It's like the inside of a storm. You travel past all the swinging debris, and when you get to the center, it's open space. When I said in that video I was really trained to like hollow myself out, that is more so what I'm talking about. When I was growing up, there was a lot of punishment around putting labels on myself. Not even because my parents were particularly progressive and like, oh, don't label yourself, you know, those labels are... No, they saw the as like traps. They were very serious about me not adopting labels. They were like, no, that you don't realize, they would say to me when I was very young, you don't realize that that is programming. Like, you are adopting a label, and there's so much that comes with that label. Like, there's a way of dressing and speaking and thinking and feeling and interacting, and it fully encodes itself into every action that you take. Like, that's a network. You know, think about that word, network, like a net. There's all these interconnecting points that rely on each other, because when one connecting point is broken, there is a fraying of the rest of the net. And when you adopt just one label, it creates a network within the mind. That network holds up certain behavior, much like a net as well. It acts as something that contains or upholds or suppresses. Like, there's a constraint aspect to the label. So all of that personality, all of that self, there is no self. It's all debris. It's all activity. And when you're in a flow state, it feels like there's nothing inside. not because you're a robot, not because you're truly hollow, but because all that's left is that little light, that little spirit that is in the existence, it's in the experience. A lot of people will cling to the identities and to the things that they perceive as the self, the debris. Like, they'll hang on to a piece of debris because it feels safer than just being slung around this tornado. At least there's some kind of stability. And you journey to the center and you can exist in that quiet space. Not only is it more peaceful, but there's also a lot of attracting that happens and a lot of opportunities that come up, because there's a reason that babies, you can't take your attention off of a baby. It's because it's just totally in the experience. Not many thoughts being had about the experience. It's just in that unique state of openness. It's the same with like a dog. You know, they say actors don't ever want to do scenes with babies or dogs because they just steal all the attention. And I think my parents were really interested in maintaining and protecting that state. They had their own way of doing it. Was it right or wrong? I think it was probably a mix of both right and wrong. Everything that they did was oriented with that goal in mind of preserving.
Well, I don't like his message either, but I think it's important to hear the way that they're being raised, right? It makes a lot of sense with what we've learned, with how they teach their children, right? Like, I think that it's like they know how everything works, and they do the weird version of it instead of the freeing, like, be yourself version. It's like, no, be nothing so you can be everything and trick everyone, essentially. His family are Freemasons, so he's explaining why, like, basically he's describing not having an identity. These people are raised to not have an identity. Like, he's very open about how his parents, like, abused the shit out of him and and the weird thing, which is what this kind of abuse does a lot of times, is create a loyalty. Like, I don't even think, he certainly has not confronted how fucked up this all was. But he's like, my dad would beat the shit out of me, choke me, do all this shit to put me in a fear response to see what I would do, essentially, to make me stronger, you know? And he also looks back on it, like, kind of fondly, which I think is fucked up, which I think he needs to, confront it. But I am also here for it, because a lot of this shit doesn't make sense to me, because I'm not a sick fuck who would ever think to abuse, like, I don't even have a kid, and I would never fucking abuse a kid to try and make it stronger, to make it an elite psychopath to control boardrooms or whatever. But, like, he's describing that his family instilled in him that not having an identity whatsoever was a good thing. It's fucked up.
that state.
But yeah, don't be homophobic if you are.
Within me of being able to not have any thoughts, you know, not cling to debris, but to be able to, on command, step into that state of total openness. The world is set up to get you to cling to debris. There's a lot of different reasons for that. I think the most grounded and obvious reason is that it makes you spend more money, because as soon as one piece of debris no longer feels safe, then there's an opportunity to jump to another. And now you have a new aesthetic, or, you know, new friends that are into new things, or, you know, and there's products to be bought associated with all of those transitions. It's why it's almost impossible to stay in that state constantly as much as I would like to, because that's just to be in that state constantly is to constantly be faced with opposition. So yeah, just thought I would expand on that. I made a video talking about how I grew up in.
But yeah, his I like his videos because I don't even know if he realizes how much info he's making a lot of it make sense. Because we've all been like, why are all these people abusing their own children? Well, there you go. It's because they think they're in a special club and it makes them special. And their daddy did it to them, so they're just going to keep doing it because they don't ask questions, and that's what their daddy taught them. Because it's literally all programming. But, yeah. Alright, let's watch some fucking... Let's have some fun, watch some Y-Files. The Knights Templar! Because they're a bunch of Freemasons.
To you by PDS.
They're the originals.
The accepted narrative describes the Knights Templar as humble warrior monks protecting Christians on the road to Jerusalem. The Knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure, and it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was they were looking for something: ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging. And then...
What?
Yeah, I know, Seymour, but it's only for a couple of days.
Human, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I need some cash.
Well, hello to you, too.
No time for chit-chat.
We're
anyway,
adverse.
With no minimum...
Stand up and get the works.
Order. The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul. They practiced alchemy, they studied sacred geometry, they performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics. So when Hugh de Paynes, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited. De Paynes was technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Paynes had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the Brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust was established, the Brothers of the East told the European visitors their story. Well, not their story, the story. It was the story of an ancient civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. The people were highly spiritual and highly advanced. It was a civilization that was free of poverty. Wealth was meaningless. They devised methods of growing crops so that every citizen was fed. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh de Paynes, this civilization had abilities that sounded like miracles, or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects, no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine that could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives.
Atlantis was just like what we call Tartaria, right? It was America, right? And probably everywhere.
War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone can have whatever they wanted. And what these people wanted most was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How how, DePaynes asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out?
Yeah, how?
The Brothers of the East said in a single day the ground shook, and volcanoes emerged and erupted. Then a giant flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know where this is going.
It was then that Hugh DePaynes and his 8 knights learned of Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
Let's go.
Hugh DePaynes and his fellow knights were riveted by the story. DePaynes was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
La Mouette Champagne. Oh, pardon my...
Wait. Mark Lamont Hill did a video about Biden becoming a Freemason the last day of his presidency. It's titled Mark Lamont Hill Demolishes Biden's Freemason Induction. Excuse me.
French.
DePaynes was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct, but Atlantis wasn't just a city or even just an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe, and each city was connected using transportation technology that again sounded like magic. The story
Atlantis is just real.
Story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power. The power to travel great distances, the power of communication, the power to heal, perhaps even the secret to immortality. If ever discovered, these artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous devices on Earth. DePayne said that any kingdom, any country, any religion would kill to have access to this power. The Brothers of the East agreed. The technology of Atlantis could not fall into the wrong hands, so Hugh DePaynes was offered an assignment. Find the ancient artifacts and bring them back to Europe for safekeeping. Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's Temple, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. The Holy Land was a dangerous place. Jerusalem was taken by Christian crusaders in 1099, but who knows how long they could hold it. And there was another problem. It wasn't just the knights that knew about the artifacts.
And 1099 or 99? Right? I think 99.
Groups of Christians, Jews, Muslims, they were searching too. So when the knights arrived in the Holy Land in 1120, they set up their headquarters where Solomon's Temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they struck gold, literally. The Brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. The knights found a large box made of acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then they found 5 more.
What the fuck?
Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from beneath Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arks, though they only found 6. The arks were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Wardenclyffe Tower. If you want to learn how this technology worked, we have an episode that explains scientifically how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power generator.
Pyramid link below.
Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus to store a mummy, but no mummy was ever found there, and the dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body. But the box is the perfect size to store one of the arks. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose, to store the arks. And the arks, they were built to store manna. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Templar tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter.
Yo, are they talking about cocaine?
And turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
A white powder that provides energy. New York in the 80s was wild, eh?
You're thinking about something else. The manna acted as an electrical superconductor.
Great minds think alike, me and the fish.
semiconductor and powered the arcs inside the pyramids. The arcs generated unlimited energy for the thriving civilization. They learned these alchemical secrets from none other than the Emerald Tablet.
Emerald Tablet link below.
The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting mana from animal bones. The mana could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
Hey, didn't the Emerald Tablet also tell you how to become immortal by making the Philosopher's Stone?
Yep.
From eating pee?
Yes.
Eating lots of pee?
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but
You don't have to eat the pee, dude. What the fuck? Where's Dante? Is Dante this fish?
if you want to be immortal.
Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Nope.
Even if lunch is pee.
That's enough. Some of these ancient texts even talked about creating mana from gold. When mana was extracted from gold, it could be used to make objects lighter, for levitation. Now think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the 10 Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. Just the gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the acacia wood. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levite. Levitation.
Ark of the Covenant, link below.
Levitation?
The Knights Templar also found very old texts that even predated the civilization of Atlantis. These documents spoke of a non-human race that enslaved humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold.
Anunnaki!
Yahtzee. The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on them, but here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet beyond Neptune called Nibiru. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 450,000 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold. They were trying to solve an atmospheric crisis on their planet. Now, finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations. Eventually, the Anunnaki created a labor force by genetically modifying early human ancestors, accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens.
We need this episode, Chief.
I know, we'll do it, I promise.
Yeah. Your promises and $60 are worth about one night's worth of mana.
Okay. So the Templars knew about the Anunnaki and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing, levitation, and generating electricity. And it wasn't just the Atlanteans and Israelites that knew about mana. Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Graal, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word Grail. The Sumerians used a substance called Shimana that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called Vimana, which again was used to power flying crafts.
Oh my God.
Polynesian cultures believe mana is
everything's the same.
A force of nature anyone can extract. Buddhists call it mana. Though the words vary slightly in all these cultures, the definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. And by the way, the Templar cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time civilization existed. The cross is all over ancient Egypt. You can even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki. Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood,
The young Dryas.
Yep, the Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is exactly like every other flood myth we find in every culture around the world. After the flood, a few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just 1,000 years before, during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the church find out what they discovered.
So wait, are they saying Atlantis was after Jesus?
The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith, and the Knights Templar would be destroyed.
Missing statues.
Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the church. But no historical document compared to the shock of what they discovered next, an ossuary, which is a collection of bones. This ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them. To call what the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally destroy the church. They needed to keep these treasures safe from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children would mean the end of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the church, an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and an innate connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance as devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics. Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within, without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. He's already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights. Now, Americans use this phrase, or something close to it, in the Declaration of Independence. But that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse. Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone could access, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism. It referred to reincarnation, which someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait. They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hid it. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system, a system
they founded cathedrals
we still use today.
Yeah, a system that we still use today, and yet they say Jews run it. Oh, really? Or is it a bunch of Freemason Knights Templar cucks?
During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing the pilgrims of everything they had. So the Knights Templar set up locations along the way called commanderies. At any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the Knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the Order. The Order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the Church from their true purpose. A little too successful. Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies, their own fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. They had no need for a king or country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them. In the
Habsburg
fall of 1307, King Philip IV needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from the Knights. Instead, he would take it from them. The Templars had gone from humble defenders of Christianity to a serious threat to the entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan. Pope Clement, by the way, was born Raymond Bertrand and was a childhood friend of the king. When the previous pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful seats of power on earth. In short, the pope owed him one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were arrested.
Yeah, Rothschilds and the 13 families are on top, and the Masons are just bitch boys for Rothschilds. Yeah.
For 7 years, they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth.
Doubt it.
After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death.
Doubt it.
But now, there's a plot twist.
Sounds a lot like Nuremberg.
For centuries, history claimed the church had condemned the Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed.
Bullshit.
But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican Secret Archives. It's called the Chinon Parchment. The Chinon Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay. The Chinon Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy,
Liars.
even though they were forgiven of these crimes.
Liars.
But Grand Master Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for this betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead. According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was
Look at that Habsburg-ass bitch, dude.
46 years old. The Templar curse was fulfilled. France had now lost its king and its pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knights, or so it seemed. When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere. They had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents.
Switzerland.
Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission, but succeeded in another. Disbanded but not destroyed, in hiding but not in prison, the Templars formed into smaller groups. They assimilated into other orders. Some assumed new identities and disappeared altogether. The Knights Templar in name ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The evidence is everywhere.
Dude, stop. This better not be real.
Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world.
What?
After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons.
Shut the
Portugal, they were
Shut the fuck up, dude. Is this the Illuminati?
known as the Knights of Christ.
Oh,
In
God.
Germany, they created Rosicrucianism.
Oh my God.
There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses.
Brother.
An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, have pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe they're descendants of the first Templars in the Americas. When asked about the Knights Templar, the natives called them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, that flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the red cross with a white background. Another is the depiction of several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci Code, you may remember Roslin Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on every inch of it. Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback, are obvious. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Roslin Chapel. It specifically says Knight Templar. William Sinclair had no love for the church and provided help to any Knights Templar who asked for it. But it's not just crosses and horses that the Knights engraved on their architecture. There are more subtle clues relating to some of their Gnostic and sometimes pagan beliefs. Sculptures of angels in strange positions are common in Roslin Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Roslin Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little green men are scattered around Roslin Chapel. They're pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are of plants that Europeans never should have known about. This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Roslin Chapel.
What?
And here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Roslin Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first.
boys. You're saying the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, what else did he say? Knights of Christ? They're all the same? They all came from the same cucks? That's what we've been saying. Fuck.
Templar legend says Sir Henry...
Dude, we gotta fight a bunch of knights? Whatever. Don't care. Dude, Sir Lancelot is gonna be gargling my balls, bro.
Sinclair, grandfather of the builder of Rosslyn Chapel, was not only a Templar, but was among the first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but Christopher Columbus himself was associated with the Knights. He was a distant relative of the Sinclairs.
He had a fucking Knights Templar fucking logo on his big old mast. Look at this shit, dude. Look. That's Freemason. That's a Knights Templar logo, brother. On his ship, on his sail. The fuck? They said he sailed for Spain. He sailed for Freemasonry, dog. We got goofed so hard.
Columbus's daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar.
Dude, get fucking wrecked.
Including their maps. Columbus knew there was something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri-Reis map, and you know this famous map. It shows the New World and Antarctica hundreds of years before they were rediscovered. Piri-Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri-Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus wanted to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the Gauls, but Templars say it really means port of the Grail. Ah! Knights Templar history says they were trading with Native American tribes for years. That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the Ocean Blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria all flew flags with the Templar cross. Ah! He knew the natives would recognize this symbol and be peaceful.
Damn, Y-Files hit this shit a year ago, bro.
And they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor. The Knights Templars say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Oman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Oman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Oman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on the coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of a lighthouse, but most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watched the episode that we had about the pyramids,
link below,
you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4. To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points, and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol of many firefighters.
Yeah, shout out to NYFD, New York's bravest, eh?
Hear, hear. Buildings like Temple Church and Ely Cathedral in England have octagonal features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Rosslyn Chapel to start seeing the number showing up again and again. Evidence of the Knights Templar is everywhere. Now, we can't cover the Knights without mentioning the Freemasons. Countless rites, symbols, and beliefs connect the two groups almost seamlessly. Masons trace their origins back to the Temple of Solomon, just like the Templars. On Oak Island, Nova Scotia, a money pit was discovered in 1795, along with a Templar engraving. Since then, the Freemasons have been involved in almost every search for the lost treasure. Both Masonic symbols and Templar crosses are scattered across the island. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. Another Templar connection is with Rosicrucianism, which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross, both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time and money hiding their legacy? Well, the Knights Templar had a higher purpose. Their ultimate
Cause they're fucking running shit.
goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would be a shock to society.
The better for who? Change the world for the better for who, right? That's the real question.
But this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the Knights will share the truth. And the truth might come out sooner than you think. Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's the Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning.
That's what they're saying? They're saying they're gonna share all this stuff once they're done raping and pillaging the entire earth? Come on.
They wanted freedom for the people. Physical freedom from the king.
Dude, you could get us fucking freedom now if you wanted to, you fucking lizards.
And spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century. But today, it could very well succeed. We're at a pivotal point in history where many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world. But maybe it's more than that.
Hecklefish been pretty fucking quiet, huh?
I think we all know that we can't go on living this way. Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla almost did, create free energy for the entire planet. It would take a while, but eventually, everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain. It would be a revolution. Crime, poverty, and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance, all due to the artifacts being held in secret vaults around the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real.
They are real, and they would never do that.
Today's story of the Knights Templar,
they're just doing the opposite of what they claim they're doing.
Comes from one man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of Secret Initiates, the OTSI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about his story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe him? Now, you know what? I'm going to call him Tim because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough drafts of scripts for this channel. You probably assume this, but I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just the guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact-check as much as I can. Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
Nah, you'd be nothing without me.
Well,
nothing!
But here's where things took a turn. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. Hi, Stan. Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab, but here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted wild stuff as him, like she was the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, so that makes him Jesus, and things like that. And look, those things happened, and it's not a good look. But are they relevant to his story about the Knights Templar? Absolutely not. Just like my exes aren't relevant to the work I do now.
Yeah, you got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
Some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't.
Just from looking at Tim, I'm like, he looks like Matilda's dad in Matilda. He looks like Danny DeVito in Matilda. Yeah. I don't know why, but he's giving me this.
Deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
Gossip.
Well, you do it on the live streams.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get through this.
Dude, essentially, conspiracy theories are just big gossip. That's why I love my gossip. I love my tea, my drama, my blind items. I need it. It's just the microcosm of the macrocosm, guys.
So Tim's personal life is
a fractal.
Relevant. But his professional life regarding his work with and as a Knights Templar is relevant. Tim has detractors, people that don't like him, people that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're on Reddit, aren't they?
They're on Reddit.
Oh, they hate you on Reddit too.
Oh, they don't love you either.
Fair enough.
Tim's detractors are what seem to be members of different orders of the Knights Templar or other fraternal organizations.
Dude, hater ass bitches be on Reddit and they be Zionist Knights Templar cucks, so
organizations is actually hard to follow if you're not in that world. Now, people often ask me if I'm a Mason or in groups like that, and I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a joiner. I don't play well with others, because that's true. So when people talk about Grand Masters and 7th degrees and secret handshake grips and all that stuff.
Like, dude, you couldn't catch me dead. You couldn't catch me dead wearing a fucking apron getting on my knees in front of these boys. The fuck are you talking about, dude? What's everyone playing dress up for? Only boys are allowed? No thanks.
Stuff, I don't get it. I don't impugn it, but I really don't get it. But the people that are in those groups do get it, and they take it very seriously. There's been infighting with these various orders.
Everybody's that ugly? Pass. Hard pass.
For 1,000 years, and it's still happening. This board
Bro, these are the people. Look at these people that are goofing us.
Seriously.
Look at this. We're getting goofed by people that look like this. No joke.
There's been infighting with these various orders for 1,000 years.
They're sitting in golden thrones, bro.
And it's still happening. This board voted Tim off, or that group wanted him out. He didn't like what another group was doing, so he left. That kind of thing. Are the internal politics of these fraternal groups relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? To me, no. There are people who call Tim a fraud, that he makes claims that aren't true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are Tim's words in an email to me. Laugh it up. It's going to happen to you too. It was also suggested that I say I'm a descendant of a Revolutionary War Templar, which is actually true. My great-grandfather 7 generations back was General Joseph Warren of the Revolutionary War. True. He initiated Paul Revere and he helped plan the Boston Tea Party. He was an alchemist and a doctor, a Templar Grand Commander for the region, and his relationship with Paul Revere was largely based on studying alchemy. Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's true. My grandfather Hugh Warren also taught metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather James Baden Warren also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, and he was a Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. True. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado, and had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. True.
We continue covering Colorado First at 5, and we travel to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. Project closed about a 2-mile gap between the existing 6th Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
But even though he always had politics going on, he always tried to make time for us individually and to make us feel special.
I ran for mayor after he passed away in a special election and lost by 2 votes. Anyhow, my family on both sides had been Templars, and I was first knighted into the tradition at 8 years old as a page. Now, I've seen these claims challenged online, but everything I could find says that Tim is telling the truth about his family. There are a few other criticisms of him online that he addressed in his emails to me. I don't find a lot of it relevant. It's mostly personal, but Google him and decide for yourself. Here's where I stand. I've watched and listened to interviews with Tim that go back about 10 years. I've read 2 of his books. well skimmed. I watched his entire series on Gaia, which is fascinating, by the way. Tim Hogan has an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the Knights Templar. Names, dates, meanings of words, ancient rituals, everything connecting the Knights to ancient Egypt, various pharaohs and kings and popes. Tim knows it all. And if you're into this subject, listen to one of his interviews. He's knowledgeable and riveting. And when we finally get the studio finished here, Tim agreed to come in and talk to me and have his claims challenged. But what about his claims? Well, from what I gather, and this is only my opinion, Tim will lean into information depending on the situation. Meaning, if he's being interviewed by an historian or someone focused on hard facts, Tim sticks to the facts. He'll bring up the theories and label them as such. Legend says, or people say, that sort of thing. If he's in a forum where the wild claims are expected, he'll lean into those. Now look, I love guys.
I mean, sometimes you gotta know how to play it cool. Like, you know, I don't talk the way I talk here with you guys everywhere, you know? I know I gotta rein it in. Otherwise, you lose people too, you know? Especially just randos. So maybe he's just doing that.
I'm a paid subscriber, but everybody on that channel believes everything, and a lot of it is bunk. A lot of it. But Gaia viewers want the wild stuff.
What was Atlantis? Was it a place? A culture? And what happened to it? I'm Timothy Hogan, Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
And I'm Scott Wolter, a forensic geologist and a Knights Templar. And this is Mysteries.
So wait, is Tim Hogan, he's left the Knights Templar because he thinks they're cucks?
Of the Knights Templar.
Now he's like tattling on them? Or is he actually still part of it?
I don't think Tim believes every theory he discusses. I think he's intelligent and entertaining, and I think he caters to the audience. Now, at first, that might sound dishonest, but it's exactly what I do here.
Yeah, I talk about shit that I entertain stuff that I don't fully, you know, 100% believe. Not that I wouldn't believe it, just that sometimes it doesn't go with my overall theory, but I still listen to it. I still talk it through.
I tell the story, the legend, the myth as it's meant to be told. Then we break it down together. I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm trying to entertain you. I'm not a journalist. I talk to a fish. We do this for fun. Now, there are some bold claims that Tim sticks by, like the vaults containing the arks and ossuaries of remains.
Dude, honestly, all this wackadoodle shit doesn't really seem that wackadoodle anymore. The Ark of the Covenant, fucking, I don't know, Jesus somehow coming back to life after 3 days even. I don't care. It all just sounds like magic. Magic's apparently real. Cool. Let's move on. Let's figure out what the fuck they're actually hiding, because whatever it is, it's good, dude. It's good. We need it. We need it back so that we don't have to go to fucking work anymore. We can be like them. They never have to go to work, dude. This fucking shit sucks.
He says these are real, he's seen them, and the information is coming out. The purpose of the show on Gaia is to, in Tim's words, bring people up to speed. Okay, that's fair, but that's not evidence. And bold claims need hard evidence. I'm going to be very honest. One of my most loyal patrons was upset about the Mary Magdalene, Jesus, John part of the story. That's the ossuary, the bones. He felt it was insulting to Christianity and I should leave it out.
Get over it.
But it's such an explosive claim, I needed to tell you about it. If I left it out, I'd feel like a liar and a coward. That said, I did check with other people of faith in my community. They said it's part of the story, leave it in. And if you followed this channel for a while, you know that I greatly respect religion and people of faith.
Well, so I mentioned the arcs. Accordingly, we also have ossuaries with the bones of certain holy figures that we're hanging on to.
By the way, I've only seen Tim discuss that story about the bones once, and he was reluctant to do so. He knows it's touchy.
Okay, well, you just can't get away with.
Yeah, magic's apparently real. Cool, let's move on. Exactly. I mean, dude, right? At this point, there's no other thing to possibly... Like, what else could they possibly be hiding? They're trying to hide, it feels like, magic so hard. And it's so silly. It's the best. It's so ridiculous. I mean, dude, it's so funny. Like, they've spent our whole lives making us think magic isn't real. With kids, you know, movies and shit. And, like, it's so funny. And honestly, I think it might be real. That's sick. It's just, like, not as razzle-dazzle as they make it seem when you're a kid, but it makes sense. It's just kind of like intention and thoughts, and you know, if you can control how people think then they're not able to do magical things, which is create a cool-ass magical reality. So, I don't know, makes sense. Fuck yeah. But yeah, I mean, even, honestly, the real thing that made me even start getting into this, before I even fully believed the magic stuff and the spirituality, I was like, they believe it. Like, it's like a know your enemy type of thing. These people, they believe in this black magic occult shit that they're doing to us. You can tell that they believe it because they keep doing it and they're obsessed with it and they can't help themselves but show their symbolism and all this stuff, right? So at the very least, just because our enemies are taking this shit seriously, we have to. And then along the way, you're like, oh, I get it. They know it's real because they took it from us and they've inverted it and hidden it from us, you know? But yeah, everyone, and also it really shouldn't be that big of a jump. It's like, guys, Harry Potter type shit, kind of real. And everyone should be like, really? Awesome. Okay. Okay, what do we do with that now? Okay, well, your thoughts and your intentions and everything have an effect on them. So stab daggers into fucking Elon Musk's voodoo doll with your brain or whatever. Stop thinking horrible looping thoughts that they're programming into your brain. All that kind of stuff, you know? Once you understand how it works, you can fight against them. Anyway.
Without naming names, ossuaries of whom?
They would be referred to as the Holy Families. So it would be, John the Baptist, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and their kids.
Skitter's driving home. She left like about an hour before stream started, so we got a couple more hours probably. She's probably getting home soon.
He said he'll allow DNA testing, but he was also very clear that he had no intention of insulting anyone's faith.
One of the biggest hurdles that we're trying to get over with all of this is that we're not trying to invalidate anybody's beliefs. We're just trying to say that there might be a little bit more to the story.
Honestly, I like his takes.
And I believe him.
I've only seen what fucking AJ's showing us, but
that point. Tim's been accused of doing so many interviews and giving so many lectures because he wants to sell books and get people to watch his show. Does that mean he's lying? No, he's promoting. Yeah. Graham Hancock is everywhere when he has a book out. He wants people to buy it and read it. So
that's what I want. I don't have a book or anything, but I want everyone here blabbing with us so that we can fucking stop these assholes.
I'm a huge fan. I buy all of Graham's books and watch all of his shows and interviews. I've seen every minute of him on Rogan. I don't have to believe everything Graham says, but I enjoy the material. Same with Tim Hogan. You don't have to believe his story to enjoy it. Stories of Atlantean treasure, free energy, and ancient documents, that's nothing new. Those legends have been around forever. Now they may be true, but until we have physical evidence, they are still legends. So, is Tim just jumping on the Atlantis bandwagon, or is the link between the Knights Templar and Atlantis real? Are there really underground vaults hidden around the world with ancient technology that could rid us of poverty and war?
Yeah, I told Skitter no texting and no chatting.
The arcs, the artifacts, the Emerald Tablet, the mana, the bones, are they real?
You watching though?
Well, I need to see them. But if you choose to believe the story without physical proof, that's okay too. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. Tim insists that the Templars will reveal these artifacts very soon. If there are no artifacts, why make that promise? When he talks about the divine in each of us, he seems to believe it. But that could be my own bias, because I also believe that the divine, God, the universal energy, the whatever you call it, I believe that is in each of us. And I don't think that belief has to contradict anyone's faith. That's why it's called faith. If Tim Hogan is telling the truth, humanity's future might not be as doomed as we think. And maybe the catalyst, the change, the evidence...
That's the thing that I don't believe. I do not believe for one instance that they're going to do good. They're clearly not. They're in charge of banks, and you think they're going to do good? What the shit? What are you talking about? So maybe literally everything else is right, and it's just that's a big lie. So yeah, your imagination is magic. Exactly, dude. And look, they beat it out of you by the time you're fucking, I don't know, 14. Imagine if you were told from birth the most important thing about you is your imagination. You think you'd be living different today? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I really think people can't even fathom a different life. Like, to me, what I feel based on knowing all of this shit, is everything that we've been robbed of. We don't even know, dude. Like, we've been confined into literal fucking black cube prison boxes of thoughts and history and music and emotions, even what we think is possible, where we fucking come from. We don't know shit, dude. And if we got to know that stuff, or at least seek it out without being hindered at every fucking step of the way, you think we'd be sitting around doing what we're fucking doing now? Going from box to box and fucking living the same awful fucking miserable slave day every day? No, dude. Like, so it honestly, it really makes sense what they do. And you know, if you're a fucking lizard cuck family who wants to have all of the fucking fake money in the world or whatever, and you're really probably working for a lizard entity who expects that all of us are in low vibration so that we don't figure out what the next level is. Because, dude, if we're all left to our own devices and we're able to seek individual spirituality the way that the Atlanteans supposedly were, right? Like, dude, we're going to fucking, I don't know, we're going to crack this system and figure out the next thing to do. It's going to be cool as hell. And at the very least, we'll all figure out how to live in harmony and peace, because that's what humans do, I think, naturally. We don't do this bullshit. This is all beat into us from day one. Assholes.
What we need is...
Yeah, man, it hurts my heart with how much they've taken from us. Our lives have been, so far, essentially squandered, I feel. A total waste. Total waste of what's the word? Potential. All of us. Potential squandered. For what? To make us sad. And to make us not have potential. That's it. They don't want to spark in the grid with all of our potential and our music and our art and our joy. Oh my God. Can you imagine the horrors of all of our joy together? Us not fighting each other all the time? That would be so lame, dude.
In a vault right now.
Yeah, I just want to smoke weed, goon, and crochet. That welcome to the fruit and fuck timeline. Exactly. Yeah, we need a giant 20-person sensory precog deprivation tank. I bet we could control the whole game remotely. I agree, dude. I do think that we can, like, big groups of people can think things into reality, or at least stop them. Like, everyone be like, if you get 1 million people being like, JD Vance trip up the stairs, he would do it. We can stop hurricanes with our brains, dude. They took all of our videos down of us saying, let's meditate and stop the hurricane that was hitting Florida. So, rain dances were real, dude. They still can be. If there's any real clouds left, probably not. But yeah, dude. Smoke, weed, goon, crochet, yoga, you're set. Fruit and fuck. Fruit and fucking yoga and hanging out with your friends, doing whatever you want. Breathing. That's what you know what my job is? To breathe. If someone ever asks me that again, what's your job? To breathe.
Right beneath our feet. I don't know if it is, but I truly hope so.
Yeah! Alright, we love Y-Files. Let's go. That was a fair read.
Thank you so much for hanging.
Alright, thanks, AJ. Hey, boys, guess what? It's 8:44. Skitter is still driving, but... well, shit. It's the cosmic ripple dipple do, but you can't even see it. Holy crap, verification required. Oh, yeah, we fucked this one up. Hold on. Verification for what? Oh, you gotta put the puzzle piece in the thing. Oh, I wish I could do it again. Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I took it off screen because I thought it was making me sign in or something. But no, it was a stupid CAPTCHA thing, and it was move the puzzle piece and put it in the spot. And I slid it over all the way to the right. And it's not where the puzzle piece was supposed to go. And then I was like, oh, I got to put the puzzle piece in the puzzle slot. So I clicked it and held it and moved it over and tried to get it like perfect. And then it went green and it said, success. It took you 5.4 seconds. Like, dude, I don't need the timer. Thank you. But anyway. Here we go again. It's the cosmic ripple. Take a look at this guy. Oh my gosh. It's the Earth connection. Mini organite pyramid, boys. Grounding tool with moss agate and green adventuring, citrine and copper coil. Energy alchemy. Ooh, I really like the bottom of this little pyramid, but the hand is not included. Boys, don't get your head convinced or confused. Hand not included, fingers not included, okay? Ooh, the bottom of this is real nice, dude. Look at that beauty. You ready for this top down? Skidder priced this wrong. It's $34 instead of $33, but we'll let it slide. Nice top down. There we go, boys. Thank you for your support. Yo, Zayway, you're saying 5 to 15 people can make the rain come? That's what I'm talking about, dudes. I think that we might be powerful in smallish groups. I think we just got to figure out what to do. And I think it's just, you really got to believe. You really got to frickin' just believe it. Yeah, it does remind me of a river, that pyramid. Yeah, we could watch the Bashar clip flying. Bashar flying. Confirms humans can fly. I mean, the thing about these people is that they are usually, I mean, they're right about a lot of stuff, so it's just I don't hate Bashar. I do think he's a goofball, but I mean, we think everybody's a goofball, right? But yeah, I just want everyone to have a, like, even when I say this shit, I'm not saying, like, don't listen to him or whatever. You listen to whatever you want. Just make sure that you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something in what they're saying is a lie, so you just always got to be thinking about that. That's it. I fail CAPTCHAs, dude. I'm so bad at CAPTCHAs. Bro, I thought I was getting goofed by a CAPTCHA the other day. It was like, check all the boxes for showing all the sidewalk. And it was the whole thing, all 16 squares. And one of them was like barely in. And I was like, is this thing wrong? Or am I going to look stupid? And I selected all of them and it was right. I bet that they take multiple answers for those.
Is it possible? Anything is possible. What you're asking is it probable? Okay.
Okay. Like, what is that whole shtick? Is he saying that he's not him when he's talking like that?
Thank you. Is it probable to fly in this life with your physical body like Superman or Peter Pan?
Yes, it is probable. But what degree of probability depends upon the person's belief systems and the reason why they might choose such a thing and the need for it to happen in their reality.
I'm convinced if I jumped out of a plane, no, I'm not convinced because I would never do this. But if I fell off of a cliff, I'm like, if ever there was a time to summon the energy to fly, that would be it. So my hope is, and I've thought, if you're up on a high cliff, I've thought about this before. I'm like, if I ever fell or for whatever reason succumb to the fucking, what are they called? The crazy thoughts that make you think, oh, I could, not that I want to, but I could literally jump off of this cliff right now. You know what I mean? The intrusive thoughts. Sometimes I'm like, if I slipped off of this cliff or succumbed to intrusive thoughts, this would be the time that I would, instead of freaking out, I would put all of my thoughts and all of my power into believing that I can fly. And then hopefully I'd find out then yoga cliff diving, dude. Yes. Yeah, that's what it is. Yoga cliff diving, and boys, we find out at the end if we can fly. One way or the other, you're flying. Yoga cliff diving. Yeah. Don't do it like Midsommar, dude. There was a song written about believing you can fly. Yeah. Dude, you just gotta believe, I'm telling you. So while you're falling, instead of freaking out, like, dude, the people who jumped from 9/11, they didn't believe hard enough. I like to think that maybe I'm different. Hopefully I'm built different, but we'll see. Hopefully I never find out, actually. Unless I find out from a not horrific way. If I just believed it and, like, floated off my roof, that would be cool. I don't want to have accidentally fall off the place that I thought about it was at the Palisades. That place was literally like a sheer drop off of like 500 feet because, again, it's a quarry. It's not a real place. That was a quarry. That's probably where all of New York got all the stone from. I believe I could touch the sky. Yeah, dude.
You just wanted to fly just
idle curiosity doesn't usually do it.
Would your belief system have to be powerful enough to overcome gravity?
It's not about power, it's about clarity. There has to be a clear reason in how it serves you to do so, and how it may serve others for you to do so as well. There has to be a choice made within the idea of the exploration of a theme that is to the benefit of you and all concerned as to that happening. Now, that's becoming more and more probable in your reality as you get a better handle on the idea of what consciousness is and what beliefs are all about and how they manifest your
another handle.
physical reality experience, and the fact that it takes place within your consciousness and not really outside. So the idea really is a vibratory one, a resonance one, a frequency one. In the sense of how it happens in our reality, one of the ways we began to realize that such a thing was highly probable was when we first recognized that what you call location is actually a property of the object itself, not a place in which an object resides. So when you know that location is a property of the object and you learn to redefine the...
Bro, Bashar, I'm sorry, Bashar reminds me of Jafar. He kind of talks like Jafar too. I feel like he watched too much Aladdin.
Vibrational variable in the equation, the energy...
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. You can't have Jafar voice, eyes closed and hands in Hakini Mudra, and the flower Hawaiian shirt, and he's bald. It's too much. You got to pick two. You can pick two of the four. All four's crazy.
Equation of the object, then if the location happens to be 50 feet off the ground and you impose that vibratory resonance or change that vibratory resonance within the location variable in the equation of the object, then the object must by definition start to exist 50 feet off the ground, because that's its new locational variable. So it's all about frequency, it's all about resonance, it's all about knowing what your energy signature is and how your beliefs can align themselves to generate the appropriate energy signature to manifest that particular kind of an experience.
Thank you.
Did that clarify it or muddy it up for you?
Muddy.
All right. let's simplify this idea. If there is a true, strong, I'll put it this way, reason or need for this to happen, the probability becomes much, much greater that it will. But you will find that many people wish for these things, in a sense, out of fascination or idle curiosity, but they really, 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 really don't need them to happen.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. You gotta believe, you gotta know that you need it and that you can do it.
And so they don't.
That's kind of what I thought you would say.
Well, there you go. You see how smart you are?
Yes. Thank you.
Now, does that help you?
Yes.
All right.
Pleasant dreams.
And to you as well.
These boys, they're wild. All right, let's catch the new John Levi real quick. I'm going to get another booch and crack my legs. BRB.
I am being punished. Sometimes what feels like a punishment is an opportunity. That was my theme today, actually.
Dude, John's kitties are so cute, except this one's got a little tiny bit of a kittler going on here. Oh, and the swoop, bro. Oh no, that's a tiny kittler.
Actually, things in my way. It seemed like everything was in my way. I've talked about it before. Nobody around. And the minute I want to pull out onto the main road, suddenly cars out of the woodwork blocking me, like in the way. And then finally I get on the road and nobody around. Same with the supermarket. Wherever I wanted to be, someone else was in my way. In front of the exact brand of milk I wanted. In front of my cheese. In front of my chocolate. And finally I said, this has to be like a dream. And it is. And it was. And I told myself, I accept everything in my way. And it didn't stop, but it made the experience more pleasant. Opportunities coming full circle. Everything was actually interesting. And also in my way. Wow, this video. Everything went wrong in this video, but I thought I'd share it anyway.
Yay.
I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
Okay, BRB.
Here I'm looking at San Francisco. Chief is mad. He's a good boy. Yes. Let me show you what that looks like. That is what mad looks like. Oh, you're good, Chichi. Yes. Oh. And here we are in San Francisco. Probably all seen what we would be told are industrial ruins like this. Beautiful. Massive. Repurposed? Perhaps wondrous? Look at the land. Surely the land didn't need to be shaped. And actually the truth is, these were giant, beautiful buildings. And so much has been demolished. You can see over here, beautiful land in San Francisco. Now pretty much scraped land. We see streets, grid. And let me zoom out a little. Here's some more. Very, very shaped, starfort shape, but now junked up, industrialized. Let me zoom out more and show you this treasure island. This was the site of one of the World's Fairs. This was full of beautiful buildings that have now been scraped clean, looking industrial, looking like that stuff we were just looking at a minute ago. Treasure Island, here we go. Beautiful buildings stood here, and now the building is being demolished and hauled away. Most people would look at this and not think twice, but we know there was a World's Fair building here. Look how they've put shipping containers too high all around it. Here we go. The site of a past World's Fair. Old trees and streets. I think one of them remains. This one. And it looks so junky now. You must see what it looked like. All of this at its prime. Now it almost looks industrial. And you can also see how this was an old train turnaround point. You can see it here. That's what's so interesting. It's like it was industrial, and then they made a fair of it, and then turned it back into industrial. Even for a short time, they appreciated the beauty of what we now realize were quite possibly train terminals, industrial centers, technologies, transportation hubs. This also was a World's Fair building. You can faintly tell at this point they've totally industrialized it. Same here. Faint traces of its former beauty. Let's see if we can somehow drop the man. They're in the process of demolishing all of this in real time. We can't go down here. Anyway, a large building looks like this in due time. I mean, where did all this dirt come from? I want to flash some pictures of this treasure island. Here it looks like they've just buried a building. But let me zoom way out. Most of the cool ones were here, actually. Right here. They've not only demolished them, but just scraped away. Turned the buildings into this ocean break. But let me zoom out. Let me change the angle so you can see the symmetry. This road here is the main drag. We can see old footage of horse and wagon, really chaotic horse and wagon, along with trolleys.
11-minute warning.
1800. All of this is here, and it leads all the way to this ferry building. Ferry building is the terminus point, and now there are no trains that pull right up to it. I mean, in the old footage, we do see the train, but it doesn't go straight up to the building like it used to. It used to come all the way up to the front and then join in with this train line. So we do still have a train line. A very impressive building. Again, the terminus point for this street. Surveyed perfectly, like a straight arrow. And then we hit this X point here, Castro. And there does appear to be some train activity still. And here I happen to have a pin. Looks like there would have been a great building here. We can faintly see something. I mean, it should be lush, and it's just a sand pile in a parking lot. And the parking lot is the site, if it's not clear. Glorious building. Otherwise, you don't need a parking lot out here. We're told it's the Nike missile site, a historical place. There we go. It almost seems like there's some evidence left here. Be wrong. I mean, there's still scraping over here. Now grown over grass. You see what I'm saying? Something underground here that they wanted to keep. They've built the parking lot around it. These little nubs, these mounds here, now grassed over. So let's take a pause. So now the website I was trying to check out just won't open. Weirdest thing. I have internet, but it won't open. So what do we do? This seems to be working. Of course, I have thousands of pictures. But here, I have all these pins too. Recently, we were looking at some San Francisco, and I was shocked to discover that I had some pins that I didn't remember placing. One of them was right here, and I thought we'd look at some others. We would look at some of my pins, going way back to the oldest pin. And I have lost my pins before, maybe twice, and built them up again. I think you can save pins and not be logged in. So here we go. I am logged in now. Nightmare. I don't know why I was freaking out like that. Here we are in Petra. First pin. Petra. Let's zoom out a little. And if you didn't know that there were these amazing structures and internal passageways in this area, you wouldn't think there was anything here. You would think it was a total wasteland. Let's see where we can drop the man. Man, how about here? Here we go. And Petra. No passageways. It looks like there is one here. And this is what it looks like. It looks like Utah out there. Totally Utah. How about over here? Really sandy. Looks like you want to have the right vehicle. And again, looking like Utah. I'm kind of striking out here, but it's a good opportunity to see what this looks like in non-photographed places. I've actually never seen it, not like this. Okay, so let's really zoom out. I see I have a pin for a castle over here, and I think my pin might have been in the wrong place. I don't know why. I put my pin out here, and no doubt ruins out here. And in fact, these canyons, I think, are old streets. You see the symmetry here as well, for example. Now, of course, just cook. But here, I put in Petra ruins, and it says this is where we can find them. Let's have a look. Alright, that's more like it. Look at this. This is like one massive building. Just a few columns left. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how glorious this building once was. We would be as clueless as these goats.
Yeah, I was gonna watch the Mario
Just
video
a
after this.
husk, indicating that it's not just the things we see up here built what looks like into the mountain. More realistically, it was the mountain. Either way, this adds another element. Like this was some grand city. These were buildings up here. Down here, a giant building. Let me show you the size. Here we go. Just hook the faintest trace. Just really looking primitive. One could say Native American ruins. Or
Oh yeah, like the stream if you guys like the stream. Also, just a reminder again, tomorrow is going to be the last stream for until the next Monday, okay? I'm going home for the holiday. Going to see my fam. I'm going to take a little breaky poo. But, you know, I'll be on TikTok and Instagram, whatever. But yeah, so we'll do Monday, and then we'll be back Monday, okay? And like the frickin' stream, unless you're mad about that. That's okay, you don't have to like it then.
any ruin. Here we see columns, and we don't have to guess.
But I promise, if you don't have anything to watch, you go to the frickin' Catdad stream playlist. You can go all the way back to episode 1. You could watch 333 episodes. Well, there's a couple missing. But that's okay, you get the gist.
Whether this city had
Go watch the first episode about the 5 dancing Israelis.
a Greco-Roman feel, because the ruins...
Yeah, another stream tomorrow. We're back tomorrow, and then we'll be then taking off till the next Monday. Monday to Monday. But streams on Monday. So Tuesday to Sunday off.
that we do see, especially the ones they tell us are carved into the mountain, have Greco-Roman features. 100%. But this is all new to me, this particular location. Again, we usually look at the nicest pictures, the places they want us to see. But here, again, were they carving, or were these the buildings now cooked? Over here we can see columns. Here it says Great Temple. Here we go. Lesser known locations. Looks like this one is being occupied today. They've put in glass windows. This one has bars, and these ones seem a little too melted. But again, a thin layer covering these openings. And here we see things like little nubs of columns. So this will have been a columned building. And here they've just kicked me into sky mode or something. I don't know why. But let's take a pause and discuss this.
3 minutes. What the frick? Pigs.
Okay. Discussing sky mode, if they insist. I don't know why they insist. I was minding my own business. I didn't ask for this. But let's look at sky mode, if we must. Oops, I was a little out of control there. So sky mode. I like to talk about this realm and the shape of it, but that's a very triggering topic, and there are channels that do that. I, in order to share, like to focus on this element instead. Let's just cast aside the shape of the realm. Who cares? Let us discuss the bigger question. Are we flying through space? Flying through space. Yes, we are to believe we are taught, and we must regurgitate.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense that we're flying through space, but the constellations and shit never change. What's up with that?
The idea.
They've been the same for thousands of years, huh? Shit still lines up from thousands of years ago, but we're flying through space? What do you mean? What? Why would they want us to believe that? Like, for real, who gives a shit about the shape? I really am off it. Dude, are we just in a black hole? Is that why it's like, it's flat and round? Are we just like in a moment that's stretched out into infinity or something, and that's why the stars never change? I don't know. 1 minute warning.
In order to get a passing grade, that we are flying through space. Every day, it's like Star Trek, we're told, just whizzing through space. Not only is the Earth spinning, we are told, which I don't believe, but it's also moving in another direction at 1,000,000 miles an hour. 1,000,000 miles. The spin is like 1,000, and then add another direction of 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Wait, what did I say that you're saying don't say that we're stuck in a black hole, or that we're stuck in, that we're in a time that's a second that's stretched out into infinity? This is hell. What up, Bella? Okay, 9/11. I didn't forget. Here we go, boys. Oh, fuck. I ripped on the bonger to frickin', because it was cash. I needed to ash it, but I forgot. Okay, celebrate without me. Hold on. I'll be there in a second. Don't fucking 9/12. Get out of here, El Bardo. It's either about 9/10 or 9/11. I don't want to hear anything else. Is that you saying that because I always miss? No, it's still 9/11. El Bardo. El Bardo's my personal rage bait artist. El Bardo's my court jester I hire to keep me honest, keep me humble. Hold on, guys. Just keep celebrating. I'm almost there. Oh, it's 9/12. El Bardo's right yet again. All right, happy 9/11, 9/12. Six, 7, 9/11. Man up, my grandpa went to Nam. Oh, your grandpa's a baby killer.
With a spin, spinning and propelling at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Where? We don't know. It's like Star Trek again. We should be passing through.
And I don't want to hear any fucking whining coming out of you from that comment either. Man up.
Through new quadrants. Should be mapping space like Jean-Luc Picard. But no, none of that's going on. No announcement that we have moved into some weird space realm where things are different. The conditions are different. No new colors. No new stars. And that's my...
Dude, Mr. Bunny, I hate that. But also it kind of feels like probably. The moment stretched to infinity is pretty close, I think. I suspect it all already happened, and we're sorting through it all. Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I love how serious the 9/11 bong rip is. Dude, it's our foundational ritual.
My point with this little map that has been forced upon me, that is actually put out by the Navy and NOAA. You can see down here, I think. But not my point. The same, so the same, that they could put it in stone, in digital stone. This is digital stone. Here we go. These are your stars. There will be no new stars. There will be nothing new. We can put this
digital stone, bro.
Image, essentially, on this screen and call it good. No new stars. No new nothing. Totally predictable. I'm sure they have a mode where I could show the constellations, Orion's Belt, the Big Dipper, and you would see that they're the same stars.
Sean, I'm sorry I said your grandpa's a baby killer. He's probably fine. You're right. I can man up.
It's always been the same stars. There's a whole science called astrology based on observing these luminaries, predicting, and in fact the work of
Alberto 9/11 to 9/11. Yeah, dude, always.
Of Anatoly Fomenko, discovering that our timeline is indeed heavily fabricated, was discovered by using computers and calculating.
Yo, they straight up added a fucking M? What's a M? Is that 1,000? Come on. That's goofball shit. This doesn't even look like it's natural compared to the other stuff.
Past celestial events, but not my point. These are the same stars. Are we flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour and nothing is changing? These stars, science tells us, are millions of miles away. Yet, when you live out in the country like I do, you...
But so, okay, Thoth always be saying that the stars are like mirrors of us. So why would they... that they are somehow like a reflection of us? Okay, I get that, right? So somehow they're interconnected to us. They're part of us. So they tell us that they're infinitely far away. We can't see them. We can't touch them. We can never get to them. To disconnect us, I get that. Okay, so what does that mean? What are they then?
You recognize them all. Nothing new under the sun.
We're just in the giant's body, aren't we? The supermassive black hole, the black hole sun. We're circling around the galactic center located in Sagittarius A, a supermassive black hole, the black hole sun. I've thought about that. What if all the stars are just alternate versions of Earth? Yeah. I've thought, like, what if each cell in our body holds a different alternate reality of the Earth? Who knows, right? That could be cool. Yeah, they're paths, like light-coded paths, super long strands that appear to us as a single dot. We are the mind of God. Everything is connected by causality. But what does that mean? What does that mean to the stars? How can... It's all too big brain for me, dude. I'm a fucking dumb guy. I want to understand the stars. Why did they gotta be so complicated? Why you gotta be so complicated? I see the way you're acting like stars and you won't tell me what's up. I lost it's you. You fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into...
Pause.
What are stars?
Happened here, but let's go to the next pin. Here we're going to Iran. Oh, really cool. I don't know if I need to reboot my computer or something. Totally stupid today. That was really good too. Here we go.
I love him leaving all this shit in.
Back into space and into some warp zone. Why? I mean, this whole video was because I couldn't open the web page that I wanted to. And this is actually pretty sick. I wish they would let me see it. I remember this place. I think it's like Persepolis or something. Damn, these bastards today. Maybe I said too much. Here's Persepolis, Iran. Okay, yeah, I think this is the same place. So here we go. Let's drop the man. And we have the same deal here. We have the same deal with Google Earth for some reason. Not a happy Earth. Okay, so here we're in the ancient city. This is really weird. I don't know if I'll share this. Let's go somewhere else. Timgad, Algeria. Looks like a really old city, kind of cooked out. And look at this. Maybe this is what interested me. No doubt, an old grid of a city. Look how cool this is. I mean, horrible, really. These people clearly displaced. Pretty unbelievable. Perfectly surveyed and cooked out, and we can see that these were like old world buildings. You'll recognize it. You'll see the symmetry. And over here, how old. And it's really not about how old, it's more what happened. I'm sure there's a story, and it would be interesting, but I'm sure it's not the whole story either. I mean, there's all of this. Let's see if we can drop the man. Very little man dropping. Unbelievable. Here we go. Just the ruins are unbelievable. This was an advanced city, now completely cooked, and I've been kicked off. Well, I don't know what happened in this one, but I do hope you enjoyed. Thanks for joining me. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
We gotta get John Levi a new computer, please. Oh my goodness. What if he couldn't even make another video? We'd be fucked. Then I'd be so freaking sad. Alright, boys, let's watch. Super Mario 64 is a Freemasonic and Illuminatist digital ritual. Dude, those black and white floors are sus. They're sussy.
Welcome. Don't be alarmed. You may not know where you are, but you made your own way here. This is a link between places of some kind. A gap between realities, if you will. You're here to seek some sort of knowledge, aren't you? Well, don't just stand there.
Barely.
Take a seat. Every card reading is personalized, is it not? They will determine your fate here. What do they have in store for you? Let's begin. The High Priestess, upright. You seek sacred knowledge. Her ability to travel between realms will show you the specific influences at play surrounding the topic you pursue. But what do you wish to know? The Devil, reversed. Interesting. It's time to release yourself from any fears, anxieties, or questions you have regarding... I know what theory you're seeking. It's time to unchain yourself from what you think you know, to question your beliefs. It's time that you learned of.
So, Mario 64. This game is theorized to hold a lot of Freemasonic, Illuminist, religious, and occult imagery, which is all the same or intertwined depending on who you ask. This theory stems from Owen Broadcast on Twitter, so if you're into all of this, check him out. Links in description. Anyway, the game opens up with a message from Peach to Mario, asking him to come to the castle for some cake. We find Lakitu, our cameraman, at the front of the castle. I'll talk about him later, but for now, just remember that he's keeping an eye on you, recording you as you play. Once inside the castle, Bowser says no one is home, and for Mario to scram. Mario has entered the Masonic Hall, and now it's up to you to decide on if you want to stay to start the initiation, or if you want to leave. Let's take a look at some of the symbols we can see here. The world of polarized opposites designed for the time.
Say hi to everyone and don't be weird. And don't attack me either. Don't freak out. No. Just be normal. Come on. Be normal. Say hi to everyone. Yeah, show everyone your anxious eyes. He's always looks like this. This is normal. Look at it. They're pretty though. I have to put him in jail because sometimes he's a bad boy with his arms. Oh. Come on, buddy. You're such a sass boy to your sisters. You gotta pay the bills. Look cute on camera. I had some people in here asking me if I was a cat dad, as if I had cat dad stolen valor. Can you believe that? Tell them where you came from. The trash. He literally came from the trash. He was inside of a dumpster. Behind a dumpster, close enough. Lived with trash. And now look at him. He's got airplane ears trying to act like I'm a big old problem in his life. He was... Did you like the little box with the hay? Want me to put a Amazon box together for you guys to hide in and fight over with straw in it? Okay, tell everyone bye. You're a horrible interviewist. You're terrible at being interviewed. Terrible guest. Okay. What a bust, dude. I was promised Dance Mom's cat. He was going to be a little honey boo-boo. Nothing. He gives me nothing to work with.
Tiles can be found in Masonic halls, a good versus evil design inspired by King Solomon's temple in the Bible.
Yeah, Squeaks is like, I am being perceived.
It's also symbolic of duality, like a yin-yang, and the sun disk seen on the floor can also be found on the ceilings of halls. The red carpet refers to the Royal Arc Masonry, as the color red is emblematic of zeal, which is great energy or enthusiasm in pursuit of a cause or an object. Mario, full of energy and ready to take on his objective, begins his initiation. There are 3 layers to this hall, but do we even play as Mario? What is Mario? As you can see, pentacles are plastered onto coins that Mario can collect. This star pattern is often associated with satanic imagery, but the Babylonians were thought to have actually used it to map out each 5 known planets. These were Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus. Ancient Greeks used the design to represent 5 elements, being water, earth, fire, air, and idea, aka hieron, the word for divine thing. Since we see 4 coins inside the castle, we can look towards the 4 of Pentacles tarot card for meaning. Material success, fear of loss, greed. Mario is described as being a Mercury-type character traveling to Earth and between the realms. Mercury in studies of alchemy is known to represent movement, fluidity, flux, and transformation. Although, it makes more sense to look at the god Mercury, who is a traveler that transcends over boundaries and borders, in and out of the worlds of gods and humans. A toad informs us that Bowser created the painting worlds to keep the power stars hidden away to trap the Toads and Peach. We can confirm that the castle is placed on Earth and the painting worlds are not on Earth and can be accessed through transcending boundaries. Gods have the power to create worlds. This would make Bowser a god. Mercury is also represented by Hod as part of the Sephirot in Kabbalah, which is an esoteric discipline and school of thought in Jewish mysticism. Hod, being the 8th Sephirah, means majesty, glory, and splendor. Hasidic Judaism links Hod to Jewish prayer, and prayer is seen as a form of submission, which plays into its analogy.
I don't understand how this thing works as, like, the concepts that each of these represent don't make sense to me. Like, how do you instill it? I also just learned that it moves like this. You go from here to 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 here. So it's like a lightning bolt or like a snake coiling up the whole thing.
Instead of conquering an obstacle, you should instead subdue to it. In combination with Netzach, these make up the feet of a person, bringing Mario to places in order to subdue himself to the actions of Bowser, to ultimately embrace the stars and his actions to be able to continuously transcend realities. Now, where can Mario go after entering the castle? Straight to Bob-omb Battlefield. This is a trial that has Mario climbing a spiraling mountain to reach a regal figure that embodies divinity. Occult regal imagery has been noted to be seen in Rosicrucianism. So what do we find at the top of the mountain? King Bob-omb. Crack him open for a star, a treasure.
Yeah, I have been watching every video that I come across. What is that thing called? Is that the Kabbalah? No, that's the Sephiroth. I want to understand it. Because I think all of that shit is all stolen. It's all knowledge that was stolen. Which means that there's something there.
You're probably wondering why the Bob-omb King is a symbol of divinity. Well, it's because of the big dud. See, after he's defeated, he comes back as a dud to forever roll in the pit. Mario has taken the symbol, and now he moves on to Womp's fortress. Ukiyo, translating to floating world, is a pleasure-seeking urban lifestyle of the Edo period in Japan. This was developed in Yoshiwara, which housed numerous brothels. This floating island concept is based off of this. Pleasure, a game. Apparently, Japan has been under Illuminati-esque control for a number of years now. I mean, just look at Nintendo. Before they made video games, Nintendo created these types of occult playing cards. So, Nintendo began making video games to resemble this new world of pleasure. In this...
Wait, that's right, they were a playing card game, but they were making occult playing cards? Dude, the video games have always been propped up by the government, haven't they? All video games. Yeah, for sure, dude. Oh, fuck. I mean, that is why all the games are just shoot 'em up games, for the most part. Everything is Call of Duty.
This level, you can meet an owl. It instructs you to look for its shadow to find...
Oh, the Sephiroth are the little circles, and it's the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. That's what it is. Okay, cool.
Find it and fly around the island. When the Devil Tarot card is flipped upright, a person's shadow
I just remembered yoga cliff diving.
is referenced as being someone's shadow side that holds someone from being their best. You may believe that you can't control your shadow self and might even think that you need it, despite it being a detriment to your life. However, when the devil is reversed, it means you're ready for something more, and you have to deal with your shadows before you can become this new version of yourself. But first, you must understand your shadow before you can conquer it. The owl can drop you into a caged island. This could be some sort of ritual to rid you of your shadow, or maybe the owl helping Mario is trying to break free of his shadow self. It also looks like a ritual where you can enact your own death to be reborn as well. This would have a negative effect on the psyche collective of groups such as the Skull and Bones because of the millions of people doing archetypal yet specific rituals in Super Mario 64. The owl is a secret society symbol. Owls are silent, observant. It's even on the American dollar bill. Speaking of the American dollar bill, does nobody else see what I'm seeing? Nobody else think that this is malicious in some way? It's whatever.
Yeah, dude, it's not good, and the fact that they really don't talk about it and stuff is fucking weird. Like, what are y'all hiding, dog?
Anyway, back onto
Paul Luigi. Oh, fuck. We're on to him.
Topic. The owl is associated with the Greek goddess Athena. Reasons for this could be because owls are wise, can see in the dark, or that founding myths of Athens noted little owls in the region. Loving the DC layout too. And with that, we will now be moving on to Jolly Roger Bay. Being put into a coffin and enacting your own death is something that can occur in a Freemasonic ritual. I mean, we discussed the cage, but this one's a little different. So Mario descends into the sunken pirate ship and then ascends back to the surface. Well, let's talk about pirate symbolism. The Knights Templar are a Catholic military order founded in 1119. They were very active until 1312 and are still believed to exist today because the cross appears in Masonic symbolism. They have been noted to have gone underground and all incognito with their navy and re-emerged as a fake band of pirate ships. Think of a pirate ship's flag. What's the first thing that comes to mind? It was a skull and two bones, wasn't it? This symbol is the skull and two thigh bones of Jacques de Molay, who was the last Grand Master of the Templars, known as one of the best Templars. He was executed, and after his execution, the skull and thigh bones weren't found by Templars when they found his body, so they were thought to have been put on the flag as a reminder. So whenever you see the flag in Hollywood or the media in general, this is why. Speaking of media, video games, they'll often include a pirate level for this specific reason, as an allusion.
Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, bro. I never had an N64, but I fucking loved this game. And every time, I would always try and go over to my cousin's house and fucking just play Banjo-Kazooie forever. Dude, what a great game.
To it. Notice how these pirate levels never
I love the CIA for making Banjo-Kazooie.
start you in the water, it's also a mock baptism into their cult. Stepping into digital water and then stepping out. Mario definitely doesn't start in the water in this level. That's all we needed to discuss here, so let's move on to Cool Mountain, aka Antarctica. The elites of the world use the popular idea of Antarctica to mock us and to keep us in the dark of what Antarctica really is. In summary, the Antarctic Treaty states that Antarctica should be used for peaceful protests, the freedom for scientific investigation in Antarctica, and for scientific observations. It sounds pretty normal, right? According to Jorge Beguno, a famous diplomat and ambassador for Antarctica, Antarctic activity used to be considered esoteric, but it's again become fashionable. It sounds like too many people were interested in Antarctica, so a treaty was designed to restrict access. This place has been theorized to hold aliens, ancient beings, Nazi technology, occult groups, secret caverns, weapons, dangers to humanity, and interesting landmasses. It's thought that we're being mocked. They won't let us know what they have. We'll move on to a specific star we can collect by giving a snowman's body a head. We can call to Osiris, the Egyptian lord of the underworld and judge of the dead, who is also the brother and husband of the goddess Isis. After Set killed Osiris and cut up his body parts, Isis went to search for the
They were doing Lannister shit, dude? Ew!
Body parts to put him back together. The snowman losing his head is an allusion to this theme in
Orchaderos, no 64.
rituals, and obelisks are the missing phallus of Osiris, but more on that later.
No, but my mom got me the PlayStation. I was a PlayStation boy.
So far,
I wasn't a Nintendo boy from, like, we had the Super Nintendo, but we never had the GameCube or the N64, but we had all the PlayStations. I wasn't a Nintendo boy until I got the first Switch. The first Switch was pretty dope, but there was a bunch of stuff about it that was lame. All consoles should be able to be portable, handheld. There's no reason not to. Make them sick, make them in your hands.
you've been invited to and entered the Grand Hall, climbed a mountain, and killed a king. You've been dropped into a cage by an owl, you were submerged in water, and you found a severed head to rebuild a snowman's body. So now, you will be descending into the basement. But before that, let's take a quick break. How you doing? Are you following along? If not, that's okay. I'll allow you to do some temporal manipulation to look back to our past for understanding. And with that being said, let's continue.
So now we're in the courtyard, and if we go towards the hallway, Mario will find himself at a special niche altar. These can be found in a certain direction aside from the main temple. In the center of this courtyard is a sculpture, a pentacle. This might be something else. This fountain could be an 8-sided baptismal one with a sculpture being shaped like a pyramid without a capstone. This is a Masonic symbol. Do you remember Osiris's missing phallus that I talked about? Well, this missing capstone is symbolic of that. Isis couldn't find his phallus, so she crafted one of gold to rebuild him. The missing piece is the lost word of Freemasonry, something that was lost with the death of the Master Mason, Hiram Abiff. So when Isis eventually finds this missing phallus, she can conceive her son, Horus. Now let's get back to the sculpture, specifically the plaque on the sculpture. Most people think it says L is real 2401. Someone has sent a letter to Nintendo about this, and they sent one back to him stating that it was just a meaningless joke they included for no reason. And then coincidentally, lots of Super Mario 64 and other Nintendo beta assets were released 24 years and 1 month after Mario 64 was released. Coincidence? Maybe, but the Nintendo letter? Not so much. These groups usually use a different system to date things. AD, BC, day, month, year, and month, day, year are very commonly used. So what is this? Could L be referring to a dating system similar to this? If so, when was 2401? Did it already happen, or is it in the future somewhere? Now, if you go to the left of this statue, you'll find Big Boo. It'll drop a cage that you can jump into it if you defeat it. In Big Boo's haunt, you're in the world of the dead. In some secret society rituals, you are killed in some sort of symbolic way to signify your rebirth into the organization. You could argue that being dropped into the cage or having to swim inside the sunken ship is a form of this death ritual. But anyway, there are enemies in this level that are giant eyeballs. To kill them, you have to walk around them, circumambulate it as a form of pagan worship. While collecting all 8 red coins, you have to run underneath a bunch of coffins. In groups such as the Skull and Bones, people are locked in coffins for rituals, similar to the previously mentioned cage the owl drops you in. See how it's all starting to connect? Now, if we make our way to the basement labyrinth, we can find torches lit all around the place. This is a processional subterranean hall. Processional refers to the hall being used for religious or ceremonial processions. This is why I didn't count it as a layer of Peach's Masonic Hall.
What the fuck is Brahms? Better than Culver's? I've never heard of that shit. Brahms? Sounds German. Oh, you just ate a Five Guys double with bacon, Deb? Bro, Five Guys goes hard. Five Guys fries, bro? Stop. Stop playing with me. Cajun? Extra Cajun?
Castle because it's its own thing. The pools of baptismal water and checkerboard flooring support both of these observations. The Lethal Lava Land painting is found at the end of the hall. We'll come back to this later, but who is this on the painting? It's not Bowser. They look nothing alike. The closest thing that resembles this painting is the fireball enemy from Super Mario World. But they aren't even in this game, so it's just a random demon face? Another way to get to the basement is by going through this pillar room. If you ground pound these pillars, they'll get rid
Brahms is an East Coast thing? I've never heard of it. Oh, it's for the middle of the country.
of the
I mean, I'm from Wisconsin. I've never heard of it, though.
water in the moat around the castle and in this room. These are thought to be the twin pillars Boaz and Yachin from Solomon's Temple, which are sometimes seen in Freemasonry symbolism and on the High Priestess tarot card. Boaz means strength is with him. Yachin means he establishes. It is decreed that one shall pound the pillars. From here, let's make our way to Hazy Maze Cave, which is another place filled with death and rebirth symbolism. To enter, you must jump into this pool to immerse yourself in this liquid. What is this stuff? We can see this texture on Metal Mario 2. It's liquidy like Quicksilver, aka Mercury. So when Mario becomes alchemical Mercury, he becomes like liquid, soft and malleable. Speaking of Mercury, when Mario picks up the winged cap, he becomes the god Mercury. They have a striking resemblance. Apparently, Nintendo has very specific rules about including religious imagery in their games. Pagan stuff regarding Roman mythologies are allowed, but they have bent the rules for Zelda. Christian symbolism is seen in early Zelda games, and Islamic chanting made it into the final build of Ocarina of Time. The Christian symbolism was intentional, whereas the Islamic chanting was said not to be, and was removed in other builds of the game. So why Mercury? Because he is the god and the Kabbalistic force of energy that can navigate between realms and worlds. He can go below subterranean layers and into celestial realms. He's a messenger of the gods. This doesn't mean that Nintendo believes in gods, but rather the loose concepts of them as energy or informational anchors. Now let's look at the doors in the cave. They seem to have a single large eye and stars on them. Now part of this cave has toxic fog in it, which can damage
Classic Mason shit.
Mario unless he envelops himself in mercury. The fog is sulfur, which releases a toxic yellow hazy smoke. Brimstone, as in fire and brimstone, is the archaic word for sulfur. This has associations with the devil and hell. The satanic symbol for sulfur is a Leviathan cross. It's also one of the 3 primes, one of the 3 things all things are thought to be made of. Sulfur is the spirit, the omnipresent spirit of life, an omnipresent potentiality present in the universe. Let's quickly divert your attention to the toads in the castle. Mushrooms have been symbolic of this omnipresent spirit of life, as they seem to have arisen from nothing. This race of mushroom people are thought to be superficial power. Now back to the Hazy Maze.
Mushroom people, interesting.
cave, Dory can be found circling a small island, and you have to ride him to get onto that island. This references circling as a form of ritual. Now off to Lethal Lava Land, which represents hell. The eyeballs are back, and now there are horned enemies too. Horned devils, if you will. There's a volcano that you have to throw yourself into, which is a ritual symbolic death in the underworld. A cut up image of Bowser can be seen being rearranged. Mario has to traverse to continue through the level to collect red coins on this. This can be noted as classic MK Ultra style imagery. Split face plus fractured face and body imagery indicates a breakdown of the psyche. This is what's thought to be happening at this stage of the ritual. They're breaking you down. Now off to the last of the subterranean death levels, Shifting Sandland. The desert in Western occult symbolism is the abyss that the adept must cross. Regarding the Kabbalah, the path that connects the Tiferet and Keter is Gimel, a camel crossing the abyss. Tiferet is associated with spirituality, balance, integration, beauty, miracles, and compassion. Keter means crown and is interpreted as being the topmost of the Sephirot and the regal crown of it. We can see that there is a giant pyramid in this level with 4 pillars next to it with black blocks around some of it. At the top of this pyramid is a star. The capstone of this pyramid has a light in it. The black cubes in this level can be seen as the black cubes of Saturn, with Saturn being a secret god of the occult world. Saturn? Satan. Mario can remove the capstone of this pyramid and go inside. Teachers such as Plato and Pythagoras went to the pyramids and were believed to have been initiated into ancient mystery religions. Inside the pyramid, Mario has to fight an all-seeing boss with eyes on its hand. After everything Mario has done in the Labyrinth worlds, Mario has reached the place of initiation. With that done, you can move on to Dia Docks. Just watch out for the apparition. In this level, you need to collect a star at Bowser's sub to enter the Bowser in the Fire Sea level. You start off in the air and you fall into the water. You have to submerge yourself and then come back up where the sub is. That's the whole point of the level, to cleanse yourself. You've done the death-based...
I will say, if this is Freemason bullshit, this is like the one that they're being the most coy with. But I guess they'd have to because it's for kids. But definitely is in the zeitgeist.
Rituals, and now you wash...
No, this is for sure 100%. Nintendo, of course they are, dude. Nintendo, all these Sony, none of these companies would exist unless the CIA was in bed with them. You think they're going to let them program video games into our brain without being overseen? The FBI is a ghost kitchen.
Clean of it all. A baptism to cement this.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not convinced the FBI is real, and I don't think they can do fucking anything. Come get me, FBI, you cucks. I was joking in a comment section that, yeah, I'm surprised that Paul hasn't tried to come and, like, try and sell me a bazooka or something, like in the olden days, like when they would sell bombs to, you know, like, they sold bombs to the Black Panthers, and then all the weird shit that they would do. They love entrapping people. I'm surprised that they haven't Paul hasn't shown up and been like, hey, you know one way to get rid of those chemtrails in the sky, right? A little firepower. See what I'll do? Paul, we've all heard of COINTELPRO. But yeah, I'm not convinced they're real, bro. Fuck the FBI. Cucks. I do know they mostly be actors. I'm sure they get to swing their fake little badges around and all the weight of their fake little laws around, but at the end of the day, their job is to clean up all of the bullshit for the trafficking that they do. Oh, God. They protect people like P. Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein. So, whatever.
After all, the wall to enter this level is a wall of water.
Yeah, they're a ghost kitchen, dude. They're not real.
Once you've beaten Bowser and taken the key, you can make your way to the second level of the castle. This area is...
They're trying to pretend like they're some fucking dope-ass Chinese food or something, but no, they're just Cisco reheated microwave shit. Mormons.
very well lit. The game has a classic pagan, shamanic, platonic, threefold world structure.
Wait, what's the Mormon food situation like? They can't have good food, right? What's like a classic Mormon dish? I feel like cinnamon sugar bread is what they would eat. Yeah, they're allowed to have sugar. That's their drug of choice at this point.
Of the celestial realm above, earth, then the underworld below. The celestial realm above is the 3rd floor, the ground and 2nd floors are earth, and the basement is the underworld. So let's move to the mirror. We can see ourselves in the mirror and we can see Lakitu. Remember I said to keep in mind that he's watching and recording you? He also has some commentary when you do certain things like enter new realms. Dramatic rituals don't need observers, but it's believed that having them can enhance the rituals. Lakitu is seen as a gateway for observers. This is the power they seek to harness by letting millions take part.
Yeah, I think they just do tuna casseroles and green bean salads. Mormons love food? That's surprising. Okay, cool. Mormons just do the weird soda thing. Their food situation's just as good as their underwear situation. Oh, and they fuck with pastries? Of course they do. That's dope, though. Oh, no, dude, I'm not knocking cinnamon sugar butter toast. It does rule. But I'm saying, like, that would be, like, their meal. I mean, I guess that's been my meal sometimes. Dude, when I was a kid, I'd line up, like, 6 pieces of bread and fucking toast them. Make a giant-ass cinnamon sugar buttered toast sandwich. Oh, shit. We're talking about food.
In this. To the left, we have Snowman's Land. The only hint to this level being there is...
Like, do Mormons do barbecue? What do they do? What's their thing? What's like a Mormon fast food? Do they have Mormon fast food? Yeah, I guess when you don't have shit. So wait, is it like a thing that Mormons can throw down? Okay, good. Your devout father was a full-blown chocoholic? How far are you on One Piece? Dude, I'm like halfway through. I'm loving it.
It's the cool mountain painting in the mirror.
And dude, I'm like halfway done with Akira too. Just wait, we'll talk about it soon. Don't spoil it though. I want to know how it ends.
Mario sees what others...
There's no Mormon fast food? Come on. Don't they have Mormon? They have a Mormon like soda chain, right? Like a what do they call them? Like a soda tap. You just get to put like extra sugar in your fucking Dr. Peps. Chocolate is their crack cocaine. Mormon drunk to go into a buffet and throw it down for a couple hours. That's so funny, dude. Dirty soda, that's right. The dirty sodas. Lisa Barlow loves Taco Bell. Is Lisa Barlow one of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? Do I need to watch Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? Let me know in the comments.
Can't. He's an initiate that knows of secrets, occult powers, and hidden machinations. This is where the theory becomes, and I quote from Owen Broadcast, a little too controversial for me to just drop. So what's this referring to? Well, there's a question stating, does Mario circumambulate anything else? What is it? Mario has to climb the path around the snowman to reach a star. The snowman is giant and has large eyes. This could be the worship of a giant who are believed to live on spiritual, etheric, and physical planes. It could be a body of some sort or even a god. Either way, Mario is circumambulating.
It's a lot to consider, I know. Do you need some time to look into the past? If not, let's take some time to ponder some things.
Okay, good. So going to a Mormon cookout might not be that bad. They're just like Americana shit, right? They're not super weird with their food. They probably can do a mean burger, maybe. I could also see them doing weird things like drinking mayonnaise or something.
Does Mario get powers in these levels? What are they? Are there other powers in the game? Where else do you see these occult powers? In the real world, that is. Think about what gives Mario his abilities and what abilities other characters and enemies have that you
coconut lime coke? That sounds fire, dude.
May have seen in real life. In Tall Mountain, there is a monkey at the top of the mountain. What does the monkey represent in modern social consciousness? What do most people see when they think of the monkey? How does this relate to what has been speculated here? Can they see, hear, or talk? Wet Dry World holds a city that you can flood and unflood. This city has big buildings in it, a small courtyard area, and a church-style building. What can you get from that? There's also no inhabitants to be found other than robots and strange creatures. Rainbow Ride has you riding a carpet on a rainbow. You can ride it through a building that has a Masonic floor,
honestly, guys, this Mario game, never gave a fuck about. Everybody was so into it, and I was like, eh, whatever, dude. It was nothing like Banjo-Kazooie, dude. Banjo-Kazooie was so much cooler than this game. Just saying. What's the Masonic propaganda I'm getting from Banjo-Kazooie? It's probably worse.
Table with pentacle coins and a
This game is mid? That's what I'm saying, dude. I think this game is mid. Mario 3, better, yeah. I liked the Mario Galaxy games on the Oh, that's not true. I did have a Wii in college until it got stolen. I went home for one weekend and my fucking roommate, he would do this thing where he'd just leave the room and just leave the door open all the time. I'd be like, bro, come on. And I went home for the weekend. I came back. All of my Wii and all of my video games were fucking stolen. And then I told my fucking RA, I was like, dude, is there any security cameras? Someone stole all my fucking video games. Or no, I didn't say that. I said, someone stole my Wii. And he goes, what? I said, someone stole my fucking Wii, dude, out of my dresser. He goes, why are you telling me that someone stole your Wii? Your weed. And it was a couple back and forths. He thought I said weed. Hilarity ensued, bro. It was so funny. But it wasn't funny because I got my Wii stolen. Never got my weed stolen. Is that true? I think so. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty locked down. I always know where the weed is. But yeah, they stole my Wii, bro. Probably left the weed. There was probably weed there. They left it for me so that I could chill out after I got back and realized that they ruined my life. Dude, we used to have frickin' Mario Kart parties. It was fun.
For what looks like no reason. What is this room? Lastly, we have Yoshi.
They stole my weave!
Who has been referred to as serpent or dragon-like by people, rightfully so, but he has been confirmed to be a dinosaur. Similar to monkeys, what do
Dinosaurs don't exist. All dinosaurs are dragons.
Represent in the popular consciousness, and how does it fit with all these themes? Specifically, on how it relates to the floating island idea and other things. This is as far as the theory goes, for now.
Fuck you, Freemasons.
We've reached the end. I understand you have questions. A lot of questions. Some of these you may have to answer on your own. But who knows? You might end up back here seeking more knowledge. What did you think of the theory? Does it hold its weight? Or do you think it's a fake conspiracy? Either way, no one's home.
There are no fake
Now scram.
conspiracies.
Will you scram?
Everything's real. Way. All right, let's check out a minute of this, but I want to watch this last John Levi video, and then we'll wrap up for tonight after this.
Turns out Joe Biden actually is a Freemason. He joined a lodge, or he was admitted into a lodge. He was inducted into a lodge. All of those things are true. He joined a lodge. He was inducted into a lodge. He was made a Mason this week.
Bro, that's crazy.
And I was thinking, why? I needed more information. So, being a journalist, I had to do some fact finding. I had to do some digging. And the first thing I found, and it wasn't that hard to find, y'all can find it too, was that Joe Biden was made a member of this particular lodge. They sent out, and notice the lodge posted it on their Facebook, but I was able to find the pictures. You see Joe Biden there. Oh, sorry, with who appears to be the worshipful master of the lodge. That's definitely a worshipful master. That's definitely some Masonic stuff right there. I wish Joe Biden wore better shoes, but that hug is, oh wait, no, he's not giving him a hug. They doing some other stuff. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm gonna mind my business, but I will say this. Joe Biden here is a member. Here's the resolution. It was with great pleasure that I, Victor C. Major 27th, the most worshipful Grand Master, welcome our newest member to the Prince Hall family.
The most worshipful Grand Master? Dude, these guys, these Ku Klux Klan weirdos need to quit. Major the 27th.
Prince Hall in your mind, y'all. Keep Prince Hall there. Prince Hall is important here. I'll explain to you why Prince Hall is important. Don't think Prince Hall is a small thing here. He said on Sunday, January 19th, at a private event, Master Mason membership with full honors were conferred upon President Joseph R. Biden Jr. in recognition of his outstanding service to the
So it's for reward.
United States of America. So he was made a Mason while president. Remember, the inauguration wasn't for the next day. Yes, he definitely wasn't going to nothing.
Doing it the day before? That's crazy.
Biden wasn't doing nothing but doing this. So this was the resolution of his membership.
El Bardo, you're going to prison. Is that George Floyd? I mean, right? Who knows?
There's more that I could show you. But I think y'all get the point. Y'all want to see a little bit more? Okay, I'll show you a little bit more. So just so y'all don't think I'm making this stuff up. The resolution of his membership. The resolution of his membership is right here. To be a Freemason is to be part of a brotherhood dedicated to personal growth, service to others, and the pursuit of knowledge, blah, blah, blah. Whereas Joe Biden has demonstrated exceptional dedication. Whereas his service reflects the core values of the most worshipful Prince of Grand Lodge. Whereas his contributions, therefore be resolved to hereby confer membership upon him. Be it further resolved that this resolution of membership be recorded in the archives of the most worshipful Grand.
Dude, I used to play, I never threw my shoulder out, but I would play the Resident Evil 4 game until my hands were like sore. But yeah, the Wii bowling, fuck yeah. Have you ever lost a controller at the wall or the TV? El Bardo is a chaos demon, I know. We wouldn't have him any other way.
Excuse me, the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of free and accepted Masons of the state of South Carolina. This is fascinating. It's fascinating for a few reasons. First of all, why is Joe Biden becoming a Freemason? That's the first thing, right? That's just strange. Why is he becoming a Prince Hall Freemason? That is even stranger, although I understand why a Black Lodge might do that. So let me give you a little backdrop. For those that don't know, a lot of you know about Freemasonry and all the talk
I know
about secret societies and all the narratives about all the
El Bardo's not really wrong. It's dude, we live in such a bad simulation. It sucks, man. This show is starting to suck.
The presidents are members of these secret societies like Skull and Bones, and they're all secret.
It is funny though, right? Like, all of them do look kind of alike. They all look so alike. It's weird.
Secret Masons, and that Masons run the world, and that you hear all of this stuff all the time. But the idea is that it's secretive. The idea is that you don't know that this stuff happens.
The way I picture El Bardo too is El Bardo just like pops his head in like a little like golden retriever or something, goes, "Is that George Floyd?" and then runs out of frame and just leaves the chaos.
But they made it clear that Joe Biden is a member. And Joe Biden made it clear that Joe Biden is a member. This is not secretive stuff. Also, they didn't just make him an honorary, to be clear. This isn't an honorary.
No, it said full service, full title for service. That means it's for saying thanks for all the work you did.
Promotion. This isn't an honorary appointment. Joe Biden was made a Master Mason. He was made a Master Mason.
Yeah. El Bardo just plants seeds of chaos and runs away.
Now, there are people who have tried to pretend this isn't true. There are people who are promoting it as a lie. But these photos are showing something different. Now, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not on that type of time. I never have been, never will be.
Pussy.
So if you all can show me that these things are photoshopped, look, I'm on board. I am happy to rescind this. It seems like a strange story to me, but the photos show that he is. The resolution show that he is. The letter, the resolution, all of it show that he is. So it would be very strange.
Yeah, I mean the master thing is weird. Grand Master, weird. They're fucking weird, dude. Let me guess, guys. All the slave owners, I bet if anything is real, let me guess, they're all Freemasons. Everyone gets to be a Freemason, a rich Freemason.
Very strange for this to turn out to not be true. I think that the Biden people, or whoever is trying to cover for the Biden people, are trying to make this not true. But I'm going directly to the Conference of Grand Masters, PHA. PHA is Prince Hall affiliated. They're showing themselves here. And on the same page, they are showing Joe Biden being made a Freemason. Remember, it said on Sunday, January 19th, at a private event, Master Mason membership. So Joe Biden wasn't just given an honorary title. He was made a Master Mason. There's only one way to be made a Master Mason. There's only one way to be made a Master Mason. There is only one way to be made a Master Mason. Now, let me say another piece of this, and we're going to get to the Catholic part of this. This is a Prince Hall Lodge. You may say, well, why are all these Negroes there? Why are black people part of this ceremony? Surely, if this is an organization that runs the world, a bunch of Negroes running it, I'd say that's a solid argument. But he didn't just join a Masonic lodge. He didn't just become a Master Mason. He became part of a Prince Hall lodge. Now, if you don't know Prince Hall, Freemasonry goes back a long time. Some would say since time immemorial. Some would say that. There are hundreds of thousands of Masons, millions of Masons probably around the world. But here in the United States, black people were not allowed in the lodge. Black people were not allowed to become members of the Masonic lodges. And so they started their own, a man named Prince Hall. If you don't know who Prince Hall is, y'all should look him up. He's an extraordinary figure. He was an abolitionist. He was part of the free black community in Boston. And later on, they don't want you to know this part. He was also...
Yeah, dude, we all knew this about Biden, watching him have his liver-spotted paws all over any child in the room. Oh, my God. There's that a few compilations of him like kissing little girls on the head that are any little kid that's walked in front of him. Stop.
Part of the Back to Africa movement, among other things. Anyway, Prince Hall started a lodge. And so if you are a Freemason and you are black in the United States, you are probably part of a Prince Hall Lodge. You are PHA. You are Prince Hall affiliated, right? So you could be part of Prince Hall Lodge. You could be part of Prince Hall affiliated lodge. You could be, and then there are some who are non-Prince Hall, or they're non-whatever. Some people call them irregular lodges. Some call them clandestine or clandestine lodges. Some people say that they're fake. Other people say, who are you to say that we can't make our lodges? Say, well, y'all make lodges, we can make lodges. I don't care about all of that right now. The idea, though, is at the core, this is night school, so I got to break down just a little bit of this. Prince Hall tried to get into a white lodge. It wasn't just him. It was 15 of them. They tried to get into a white lodge, and they wouldn't let them in. Why? Because they were black. Anyway, they started their own lodge with their own rituals, etc., and this is how they got to be who they are. So it's interesting that a black lodge would be trying so hard to admit Joseph Robinette Biden. I mean,
wait, what's the Boulay thing? Are they a family? Are they like a Mason family?
I'm not telling them guys what to do, but I do think it's interesting. I do think it's interesting that you had the opportunity to admit someone into the lodge, and you decided to admit a white man. Given the history of Prince Hall Masonry, it just seems a little strange to me that y'all would use your energy and time to admit this white man. I get it. He's the president. I get you get attention. I get all of that. But at the end of the day, it seems like a strange choice, again, to admit Joe Biden.
But Joe Biden also accepted it, too, which is, I don't know, it's odd.
Into
this is what he was doing the day before he was kicked out of office? Weird.
A Prince Hall Lodge. It's just like the black fraternity.
Do you think it's I think, honestly, I think it's like a smoke show so that it doesn't look like what it is. That it's him being inducted into the Freemasons. Oh, it's a diversity. Like, you know what I mean? That's why they're doing it. So, like, downplay it, I bet. Like, imagine the fucking publicity of him up there with, like, 16 old fucking CEO white guys, you know? The day before he signed all those pardons. Oh, that's why they did it, right? Yeah, served his time as president. Time to go with great honor. Smoke show. Exactly.
These Divine Nine fraternities or sororities, like, oh, we got, let's admit this white man. Oh, let's admit this white woman. Like, why? I'm not saying white people shouldn't be members of these organizations. I'm just saying if you're going to bestow the honor, why give it to Bill Clinton? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not give it to a black person? If somebody wants to.
Because it's not real.
Join and do what they got to do to get in, that's different. But, like, these honor.
Dude, I know. Wait, we watched that earlier. We were watching Minutes of Horror talk about it. Yeah, Tyler Robinson isn't real, dude. There's no person named Tyler Robinson that's alive.
These honorary degrees and such, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. But that's neither here nor there. They admitted Joe Biden. He is a member of the Freemasons. Now, the next thing that I think we have to think about is
it's not my video that's skipping. It's Mark
the Catholic piece of it. The Catholic Church is
George Floyd
upset. The Catholic Church forbids members they forbid members.
Yeah, that's right. I thought Mormons aren't allowed to be Freemasons either, right?
Of the Catholic Church to be what? Masons. You cannot be a member of Freemasonry and be a Catholic, according to the Pope. Somebody just posted, "Stop Rory is your damn frat. Stop it." Again, Jared, maybe you didn't hear what I said. I don't have a problem if you join the organization and do what you have to do to get in. Rory is not just a Kappa. Rory is a noob. Rory did what he needed to do to get into the organization the same way I did. Rory is not honorary. And again,
dude, this shit is not honorary. It's not honorary. They didn't say honorary. Right? Am I wrong? It's not honorary. The fuck is he saying that for?
But it doesn't do honorary.
It's full honors. It said
Rory
full honors, didn't it?
Did the rough, rugged road that I did, and vice versa. Nothing but respect for Rory. What I said is, if you are giving an honorary membership to somebody, if you're going to give somebody,
bro, it said for service.
The honor who didn't go through the road, who didn't pledge, who didn't do admission, depending on what year, because pledging used to be legal. Whatever, like if you didn't do that stuff, why are we giving away our membership to people who don't?
Cause, bro, you're not looking at it the right way. It's to downplay. We're so right.
Black. That's what I'm saying. If you're a black organization, you're giving away free memberships.
Yeah, for service, bro, not honorary. What the fuck?
Why give it to Bill Clinton? That's what I said. There are plenty of white people in my frat who I love and respect. Some of whom made me, a lot of whom I made, and it's all love. It's all good. It ain't got nothing to do with that. So please don't mix those two things or try to make an issue where there isn't one. But with Joe Biden, he is a Catholic, and the church, the Pope has been very clear. The popes have been clear for hundreds of years that you can't do this. But as recently as like a few years ago, the Pope stood up and said, no, still can't be a Catholic and a Freemason. There are different theories about why. The most popular theory and the most popular argument is they say that there's somehow a competing loyalty if you are a Catholic and you're a member of this organization because of what happens inside of these organizations. That is a theory. Others say that it has much more to do with going back to Italy and the role that Freemasons played both with the Jesuits and also the role that they played in kind of competing nationalism, and that this is political, not spiritual. I can tell you that there are many Freemasons. I know black and white Freemasons. There are plenty of Freemasons who don't see it as a conflict with their faith. There are many pastors and preachers and bishops and deacons who are members of these churches and members of Freemasonry. And there's no competing agenda. You know, the idea that people are inside of these lodges, drinking goat's blood is,
it's worse. They're doing psyops against everyone.
Powerful. It's a strong narrative, but it seems to be at odds with how most people experience Freemasonry. But Joe Biden did it. And so people are saying, well, then you can't be a Catholic. Now, other people...
All right, anyway, we got what we wanted from that. All right, here, let's finish up with this. This is an older John Levi video, 3 years ago. What is this
For the last 3 years, I've been making videos at my coffee shop. I had the idea that I should get out of there. The shop's been closed for a year, and I still had about a year plus on my lease. I had the idea I wanted to get out, and suddenly I got a knock on my door. Window, more precisely. A lady said she represents a doctor and he would like my place. My landlord contacted me, and I told him I would like such and such a number to prematurely exit my lease. And within 12 hours, I had an eviction notice on my door. The terms were clear: either evict or open my coffee shop back up, because that's the only thing I was allowed to do. So I did. After doing more research than I would have liked on the law and my contract, I asked my landlord if we could settle this through mediation, as it was stated in my contract that any conflict would be resolved through mediation. And I want to shout out Leanne at the Brigham Young University. I was very, very happy with their free mediation service.
Bring them young.
And they were excellent. They did exactly what mediators should do. Bring everything to the table so that both parties can feel comfortable with the deal without getting emotional and the deal falling apart. So now my lease legally ends March 1st. All my stuff is out of there. I've spent all week moving all my shit out in a snowstorm and minus 10 degrees. The perfect storm. Of course it would be. And in the end I will be selling the coffee shop or the equipment to my landlord. I'm kind of in an in-between state now. I've hastily moved into my new addition, even though it's not even finished. Happy to have it mostly finished. I was expecting at least another month, but that's how life is. I asked. I did say I wanted out. I didn't say how, and here I am, recording for the first time in over 3 years from my land, from 6,000 feet in the high desert.
Oh, is this what kicked off the John Levi world?
Thank you for being here, and welcome.
All because his coffee shop fucking failed. Let's go. Boulé is Bohemian Grove shit. I was not able to edit this video as I would have liked. I have poor internet at my house. I will work on that.
And once I almost went to school, to a nice school, and I was naive and thought I should go to school. And I walked up to the main counter and asked for some information and realized it was way too expensive, first of all. I could not afford it and had no grants or anything. And fast forward, I learned everything that I wanted to learn. At the time, I wanted to learn photography. And how stupid to go to school to learn photography. Because I ended up learning everything I wanted to know by reading magazines. Seeing what tricks and techniques the photographers use to attain specific results. And maybe I spent $100 in magazines as opposed to 30.
That's what clouds kind of used to look like back in the day, boys. No, see, where's all the wispy, thin shit? Also, the sky's supposed to be like dull white.
Or 50,000 or whatever it was. But my point was, the school that I had innocently walked into inquired.
I don't think he went to BYU. I think he just used because if you need like free lawyer shit, you can like go to colleges. They usually have like people who are, can give you legal advice. And they do it for free because it's like college kids.
On an
But I think he just lives in Utah, so he probably went to asked BYU.
Education was in such a castle. This was the Westminster College in Salt Lake City.
Yo!
And we are told it's one of the oldest buildings in Salt Lake. And I've mentioned before that I've always had this feeling when I'm in old buildings. It's not until recently that I've begun to express and understand what I felt. But at that time I felt it too. I thought, what is this? This is not a college. Everything about it was strange. Even the idea of paying such a exuberant amount of money to learn photography, for example. But then I was in this castle. And what the hell was I doing in this castle? Why did this make any sense? And I walked out of there, but never forgot how strange the place was. And when I began doing this research, I became very excited and remembered this Westminster College. So we'll get back to the postcards, but let's look at this college for a moment. Here we are at Westminster College, Utah. This college was founded in 1875 in Salt Lake City as a prep school. At the time, it was called the Sheldon Jackson College.
1875? Shut up, dude, you liar. Lion ass.
Named in honor of its primary benefactor and minister, Sheldon Jackson. In 1902, the name was changed to Westminster College.
If it's not a college, they're like, it's a post office. Look.
Originally located downtown, the college moved to its present campus on 27 acres in the Sugar House neighborhood in 1911, where it's still located today. And so this is the place where I would have walked in naively, and I didn't even realize it was 27 acres. And just across the street from this place is the Sugar House Park. And when we say park, of course, alarm bells begin to go off. And what was in this Sugar House Park at one point, before being demolished in 1950, was the state prison, the state castle prison. So one castle, founded in the late 1800s, this prison stood until 1950 in its castle-like glory, and then was demolished. And yet across the street, another castle. This one that we're looking at, the Westminster Castle College, complete with millions of bricks, sandstone, and who knows what else. And mind you, I don't want to say it was built in 1875, because here even they tell us the truth. It was founded in 1875 as a collegiate institute. 1875.
Like, why choose that word? Isn't that so funny?
The Mormons arrived in the 1860s in a very primitive fashion.
No, look, dude, these guys were 10 years away from building castles. Come on.
Horse, wagon, mules, oxen, roughing it across the West, many dying. And it's impressive enough that we have the beautiful state prison in the Sugar House Park, as we can see here. But within 10 years, they just threw this college up? Not even a Mormon college. Why must everything be a castle? Why must all the schools be castles? The prisons be castles? Armories? Insane asylums? And really, when you start to look at it from a big picture perspective, everything was castles. Just down the street, we have the Salt Lake City Temple, which is a grand castle surrounded by smaller works of wonder. The Salt Lake City and County building opposing the temple, maybe 4 blocks away, is also a castle. Perhaps even more beautiful. Just a different style. Just as this is a different style. And this is upon the inception of this, what we are told is a virgin city. And I'm telling you, they've begun omitting their little construction bit. They used to give us a little attempt or explanation of the construction, which was my favorite. It was like the comic section in the newspaper. But here I wanted to play Where Are We? It's been a while. Where could we be? A very similar architectural style. We have bicycles, bustling with bicycles. Perhaps this is a bank. These men seem very confident in their place in time. And this is in Japan, the Yokohama Bank. Next specimen, where are we? Antiquitech in the background, horse and buggy, some trolleys, and a very massive building.
South
excessively
America.
Massive for these people
Ecuador.
who look like they're just barely getting by. Just my take and feel. Surely we could have cut this building in half. The doorway is at least 3 times, possibly 4 times the size of this man. And what function could such a building serve? But not the point. Where are we? Where in the world are we? How would we know? This building could be anywhere, with its glorious Corinthian columns. This is Argentina.
Yeah.
In French, argent is money, and I see the word argent in Argentina, and somebody had money. And this one will be fun. A lot of hustle and bustle. Doorways again, 3 times the size of the people. Super elaborate and excessive, as if someone just had a blank check and told the builder to spare nothing. Where could we be in this early time period? Just rolling out with the First few models
buildings are just
of automobile, it looks like, but still having some horse and wagon alongside.
Look at these people are barely up to this level of it, and the doors are fucking here. Look, the people are barely up to this. Doors are like 10 times taller.
This is in a country that gave us the Buena Vista Social Club, one of my favorite bands, a great band to listen to on a Sunday. And this is Cuba. We've looked at star forts in Cuba and a coastline just riddled with absolutely advanced architecture, even more advanced than this. But again, this could be anywhere. And how about now? This looks like some glorious kind of coliseum or stadium, circular amphitheater. Plus, we see a couple guys over here in the corner looking very serious. And I don't know about this street, looking very altered. The blurriness meeting sharpness so abruptly. And I think this baby is in ruins. If we look at this staircase, kind of seems broken and crumbled. Of course they would tell us it was under construction still. But I think it looks like it's in ruin. And where are we? What nation do you guys belong to? These two men over here, standing on a pyramid-shaped pile, I'm not sure. These natives are from Pakistan. This building, I think resembling one of the stadiums in New York, and resembling a lot of modern stadiums. We see this style repeated. And here we are in old Pakistan. And this one I'm gonna have to be careful with and not give it away too soon. Just amazing. And again, looking old. This looks so old it looks unused. And the tech and the metalwork. This is so expensive. All of this would be so expensive to do today. That's why we use cheap wood and sheetrock and just face things with stone and half brick facing. It's so damn expensive, and this stuff is quality materials right down to the core. And I don't know what's going on. There's all kinds of little apparatus sticking out here. Perhaps these are our flagpoles. Let's scroll down a little and give you a little peek. We see people struggling back here with water buckets on each side of the shoulder. And we see a rickshaw, a bunch of rickshaws. Here are the builders. Here are the builders. Hello, builders. How did you build all this? And these people can't answer us because they were all wiped out in Vietnam. Here is a theater in old Vietnam. And just to remind you, the true purpose of war.
Bro, it's almost like this shit was literally everywhere. Craziness.
How completely clear could anything be from this image? Again, nothing special about this architecture, seen everywhere. It's when it's put in context. It's when some perspective is shown on this snapshot in time. This architecture and these people. I mean, these people don't even have horses. We're just pulling things around like we just invented the wheel. Here, this poor mule is just being pushed to the limit, pulling some sort of drum, some liquids, maybe just water. And here we go. These people just inheritors of this region, completely out of place. Vietnam. And here a beautiful, beautiful castle, looking like it's been abandoned for at least 50 years. And yet somebody seems to have excavated much dirt, just a mud pit all around it, but cleaned up. And look at this elaboracy. Again, someone with a blank check, plus some, a good tip thrown on top. What? And just looking abandoned, always a couple guys in suits, in the corner. Perhaps this one is a woman, just hanging out. Of course, we would be told this is post-construction, and these men are just waiting for the landscapers to arrive. Where could this be? This could be anywhere, and this could be anything. This beauty is in Africa, South Africa. Exactly what comes to mind when one thinks of Africa. This one's too difficult. If I show you too much, it's gonna give it away. And this baby is just crumbling. Look how chunks are just missing up here. It looks like it's really been stripped. Just hit with hammers and ornamentation just busted off. And look up here. Just be careful not to show you that flag. I don't know if it's me or... But nonetheless, let me show you another one. Okay, I have to be careful again. Where are we? Same place. I think this is that building we were just looking at. Oh, you can kind of see the flag. And I've shown this in a past video before.
Whoa.
Just a massive chunk of building here. And a clock.
Thick.
And it just goes on and on. Where is this? Ta-da! This is China. Or as I said in a past video, China. Unbelievable.
China.
And real quick, just another Chinese ruin right here. Simply the ruins of some sort of cathedral. Okay, where could this be? This is too innocent. Let's go a little hardcore. Here we go. Amazing. The Public Trust
Australia?
Office. And look at that. Tech antenna. And the thing just looks like shit, actually. Look here. It's like the facade is crumbling off, revealing the brick. Here, I think the facade is barely holding on. And here too, on the columns, you can see how sections have either been painted, just touched up, maybe chunks were falling off onto the people. And here we do have automobiles, very early models, and some old tech lighting. Where could we possibly
Myanmar.
be? This is actually one of my favorite examples. Besides San Francisco and Salt Lake City being so young as states and then just looking like all this stuff found everywhere. This one is also very anomalous. Doesn't make any sense. This is New Zealand. And New Zealand. Horse and buggy, early time period, sending prisoners off, we're told, to a remote area as a sentence. And then this, boom, this, suddenly so old and weathered and as glorious as any part of the realm. I was always told that they were very resourceful in New Zealand because they didn't have much supply and goods and they were forced to be handy. And I had even seen that with my own eyes. They were very resourceful and handy people. But when I see things like this, that doesn't make any sense. Clearly, there was enough of everything back then to do what everybody in the world was doing. New Zealand. And let's do one more. I love this one. And this really held up well. And yet we see she's been through hell. The discoloration, the reds, the dark browns, the staining. And yet it's made of such excellent concrete that all this detail has held up. Unbelievable. Just glorious. And where could we be? We could be anywhere. This place is out in the desert, in an absolute wasteland, formerly the site of a glorious civilization, we are told. The land was covered in palm trees, and currently this place is known for some of the largest pyramids in the world. This is Egypt. Not what you think about when you think about Egypt, and it's very fun to play Where Are We? Because it forces you to consider what you've been taught to think about places. And here's another old Egypt pic. And again, old Egypt. Very old. But not that old. And I could play this game forever.
Boys, I'm starting to feel like we've been goofed.
But for the sake of time, I think I'll leave it there. This last one is from Canada. And so once again, here we are, looking at similar style buildings, not only all over the world, but similar within one city. Salt Lake City is one of the best examples because it's one of the newest cities along with San Francisco. And both Salt Lake and San Francisco are chocked full of these same types of buildings.
What's going on here,
these
boys?
old world wonders. And I think there's no stopping this awakening, especially with the internet. I think this understanding will continue to spread and grow for years to come. And there's an expression that says, change happens one death at a time. And it's a very patient approach, very Taoist and accepting. One just waits for change, one death at a time, and eventually those that pushed the old paradigm are gone, and the ones that are left have no strength left, no fuel, no ammo. They have been exposed, and they just let it go. But it's difficult to say. If people continue to get their information from the wrong sources, A, they will never even see things like this, and B, they will just believe whatever they are told. They'll never be taught to be critical thinkers. That is not what the system encourages. But I think the controllers have gotten so greedy in these last few years that this will ultimately be their demise. So greedy, squeezing every last bit of liberty and money out of the system. And surely they should have known that such things don't work. The parasite can't kill the host, or even make the host sick. That is not beneficial to either party in the long
Parasite is making the host very sick and tired and dying.
Run. But I think all the lies that have been propagated for the last 150 years have been done in a very tight and controlled way with a long-term plan, a 100-year plan. And this 100-year plan involves every nation in the realm. And we saw this in the last 2 years. How quickly did every nation jump in the boat together, massaging each other? All these nations that supposedly don't agree on anything just jumped in this boat without hesitation. And I've talked about other examples where they just jump in the boat, suddenly begin marinating as one, and that would be the Antarctic Treaty. Over 50 nations on board in complete unison with this treaty that nobody should be allowed to go to the southern regions of our realm. And here very similar. But my point is, I don't think they have a 100-year plan now. I think this is the end, and we have the third and fourth generation removed inheritors of the original controllers and creators of this plan. And now it's just done, and there's no vision, and they're sloppy, and perhaps
I agree, dude.
Stupider than we even know. And I do think
I think this fucking thing is holding on by a thread, dude.
they are sloppy. Again, their stories are comedy to many of us, repeating the same themes. And if one was just to scratch the surface of history, a little here, a little there, one may not notice these similarities of false narratives. Unbelievable, this one. These photos are from stolen history. And my condolences to the family and loved ones of the kind man who passed recently. Very, very strange. Passing, very upsetting. So I think I'll leave it there today. Maybe I'll pop back in for a
3 years ago. What was this? Max Azarello or something? Aaron Bushnell?
bonus. I was just gonna do 10 minutes here, and I was just gonna
that wasn't 3 years ago.
look at these pictures to
Was it Sky King?
stimulate my thoughts, some kind of backdrop, and I'm very tempted, but I think we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining me, and do have a blessed day. Please like, comment. Oh, I forgot I don't say that anymore. I love you all. God bless. Next, scratch that.
Disobey. Alright, boys, settle in. The water's warm. Oh. Good night, dudes. Thanks for hanging. Mr. Bunny, I'm gonna play your song. I saw it in the disco. Breathe in. Stay grounded, boys. That's what it's all about. And breathe out. And breathe in. Did I say breathe in or breathe out before? Breathe out now. Double breathe out if you breathed out before. Breathe in. Sorry, boys. Here we go. A grounding meditation. Close your eyes. Feel the soles of your feet, bare if you can, resting on the earth. Not metaphor, not concept. The earth is real. You are real. And it is time to remember what was hidden beneath your feet. Breathe in. Feel the breath spiral not upward, but downward, through your lungs, past your belly, into your pelvis. Let it gather there like the secret archive beneath Solomon's temple. Not lost, only buried. Breathe out. Now imagine your spine not as a ladder to heaven, but as a cathedral tower built in reverse. Your root chakra is not a trap door to escape the body. It is the main entrance to the lodge. The temple was never in the sky. It was beneath the soil, beneath the flesh, beneath the noise. You are not meant to escape. You are meant to inhabit. This body is your holy relic. This dirt is your grail. Let the breath descend deeper, past the ciphers of your DNA. Past the crypts of your bones, down into the womb of Gaia. You are threading back into the ancient circuit they tried to sever. Breathe in. And remember, the square and compass were never meant to point you upward. They mark the land. The plumb line drops to the true center. The altar is the earth herself. The knights built towers to steal the sky. The Masons mapped symbols to command the mind, but the root holds what they fear. Your power is horizontal, your magic is reciprocal. Your temple is the living earth. Breathe out. Feel the energy moving not up, but down and out, like mycelium webbing through the forest floor, connecting, sharing, remembering. Your truth does not rise, it spreads, it roots, it feeds. Now say quietly or aloud, I do not ascend, I deepen. I do not escape, I root. I remember the codes in my skin, the soil, the stone. I am the earth, in motion. I am the temple, awakened. Let the spiral settle. Let the breath hold. And when you return, bring the root with you. This is your inheritance, and no lodge, no cross, no throne can take it from you. Let me know if you want a version for visual reading or voiceover. Night, dudes. Alright, we got a treat tonight. We've got Saturnalia by Mr. Bunnels. Mr. Bun Bun. Ready? Here we frickin' go, boys. It is on like Donkey Kong.
Praise Cronus, father time with a cannibal grin. Devour the newborn future just to tighten his skin. If that's the God you worship, then your kingdom's a joke. A cult built on the ashes of the children you broke. I read the rights in the cracks of the courthouse stone. Found sigils in the margins of their student loans. Glyphs etched deep in congressional chairs. If you stay too long, you'll hear hymns in the air. Elite Sabbaths hidden in executive clocks. Chanting quarter-turn mantras in revolving stocks. 6-point ledgers, 9-point bonds. The covenant inked in invisible fines. I walked the tunnels under City Hall's feet. Heard whispers of the oath that the magistrates keep. 7 road bosses with obsidian keys. Talking asset harvest like a sacrament breeze. Call them cosmic pucks in a counterfeit right. Mimicking the void like they handcrafted night. But they ain't gods, just appetizers on a throne for a cannibal soul wrapped in children's bones. Torch lies burn while the high priest feast. Black cube glow like a throne of the beast. Hoods in the rafters while the city sleeps raw. Saturn's blessing consumes.
We
like
love you, Paul.
Out of Chronos, the child eater, void-born king. A deity chopping destiny for a seasonal ring. That's who you serve. Can't see the flaw. Worship a monster, then act surprised when you get crushed in his maw. I've seen vice lords bow to a banker's decree. Rich men pray harder than the boys on the streets. Whole boardroom circle like a cult staircase. Marking every worker as an offering base. They do black cube math with the bloodline ledger. Tracking every soul they can claim as a debtor. Talking cycles,
yeah,
returns,
dude, the Kodo rules.
gain. Shit's just old magic wrapped in economic change. They host feasts, Cronus steam penthouses at dawn. Chanting hymns, commit sins as the world gets conned. It ain't myth, it's a doctrine with a quarterly plan. Sealing tax breaks and sigils like a ritual brand. Legislators chant in a corporate tongue. Barristers burn seals like the blessed and young. And I'll say it twice for the ones who duck. All these cube-licking lizards are celestial cuts. So here's my offering carved in rhyme. A testimony scorched in Saturnine time. You can mask the feast, you can hide the blade, but your empire falls cause your cube is fake. Worship Chronos and you inherit his curse. Consume your children as the clock spin in reverse. A shiny black throne built on rotten decay. You'll die to feed the crown you sold your soul to obey. Torchlight burn by the high priest feast. Black cube glow like a throne of the beast. Hoods in the rafters while the city sleeps raw. Saturn's blessing consumes like sacrificial law. Chronos chewing on his sons in a cycle of dread. His spirit looms in executive boardrooms painted red. A cult of consumption, every soul you claim. Feasting on the future just to keep your name. One day the cube won't reflect your will. One day the chants in your halls go still. In the streets will echo what your prophets conceal. A throne built on shadows can never be real. One day the cube won't reflect your will. One day the chants in your halls go still. In the streets will echo what your prophets conceal. A throne built on shadows can never be real.
Hell yeah. All these cube-licking lizards are celestial cucks. Thanks for hanging out, boys. We'll see you frickin' tomorrow. Okay, the shit goes hard. Have a good night. Fuck you, Paul. No, I'm just kidding. Have a good night, Paul. We love you. We just like to play goofballs with you. We like to goof and gaff and laugh with you a little bit, you know? You are a bitch a lot, so. Anyway, okay. There you go, Cosmic Ripple. Have a good night, boys. Love you. Bye. See you tomorrow. Okay? Good night. What we weave, be.